start streaming. Let me share up the link. I started the stream. I don't know where to get the link. uh, I feel called baseline. I should rename this baseline. Um, I don't know where the link is though. Do you know where I could find the link?
I've never streamed before. Twice.
Is there a link somewhere? I have this. Oh, share. I think that's it. Copy. Okay. And I'm going to share the link to the main cord. Okay. So we should be started. Cool. Um. So quick note. To all those in the stream, I'm going to be changing up how tier listing works a little bit to make it so it's easier to get it up to date. Um. Because right now it's not a good system. And so I'm gonna actually make things easier and just have two tier lists for JP. We're gonna have a baseline tier list, baseline being Limit Break 2 with SS1 generalized, and uh, this other list is gonna be considered the quote unquote whale list. So we're gonna have Limit Break 3, or if you have like need other SS styles with it included. For instance, if you're running, let's say, Uina 5 and you want to use Uina 4 common skill, like how important is that? That will be reflected on the whale button. So this is just so it's easier for Red and I to update the tier list, so we're not scrambling to try to update all the many different tier lists. So just a quick heads up before we get started. But yeah, we'll I kind of cleared out the thing, and I will also note another update is we're gonna change the 0 to 10 scale to make it so it's just easier. So before I used to have it so everyone's kind of equidistant on how useful they are. Now we're just kind of veering in on the usefulness of like the more important characters. So 0 is going to be basically the fringe characters. I think a good majority of um, styles are going to end up there. There's really no point in working with that. Oh, another thing I did forget to mention is we're actually going to, and Red actually didn't know this until now. We're gonna remove SS1s from the tier list unless it's actually useful for them to be SS1. Example is Yotsuha 1. Otherwise, this tier list is going to pretend that SS1s don't exist. This is because, in most part, in JP, you don't really run SS1s anymore. You run SS something else with SS1 generalized. So yeah, Red, if you're okay with that, just so it actually cuts out on a lot of time. uh,
Yeah, they've been removed from
we're
the
just
pool. Why not remove them
we're
from
just
the tier
yeah,
list
we're just gonna
too?
remove them. They're not in the pool anymore. You can select them. Like they're out of here. We're not gonna deal with it. And so yeah, that's kind of an update that we're gonna have on the tier list, since there's just no reason to have that. Just so quick note. But yeah, anything in the 0 is gonna be fringe. You basically won't use them in JP. Uh, like I would basically never use them, and I rarely see anyone feeling like they want to use them. Anything at viable and above, people may use them or may not use them. But for the most part, you won't see too much usage. And then, of course, at the top 10 is like you'll see them pretty much every team or very, very up there. So we can get started so we don't spend too much time on this because there's a lot of styles to go over. At least we'll delete 48 styles, at least, off the list. But we'll start with Ruka. Diva. So, um, unlike before, I'm not gonna harp too much about kits and everything, but overall, Diva is still important in JP for many teams. A large part has to do with her funnel buff, and even if they did nerf the numbers of how good funnel is, it did not nerf how good it is on building OD, and it is still a separate multiplier because in JP they condense a lot of multipliers. So, um, I you disagree? Wait, yeah. What do you mean you disagree? But I don't know what you're trying to type to. But she's still important. But I don't. I personally, I don't uh have her at the premise of materialist. Okay, thanks, Gan. Thanks, man. I'm personally not placing her at least at LB2 at 10. You will see her in JP at multiple places and everything, but the thing is that uh, well, first of all, you actually don't need her to hit 2.4 mil. Granted, it is way easier with her. At the same time, the other thing is that depending on your team comp, the only thing she really brings is being an SP battery and uh, just having the hit count buff and pretty much nothing else. So just what I have going for her, and strictly from how we're moving things, I kind of put her about 9 or about 8 for at LB2. Um, so that's kind of where I have her personally. Of course, it's hard to gauge because we don't really have too many things, but I think for premise we can put her top of 8. This is of course pretending that this is going to be reflected on the whale list as well, right? So I will have her here. I think this is like a good place to start her off, and a good what's called again stone to place. So then we have a general idea of where we want to place characters. What do you think about this, Red? I know it's like kind of in the middle of nowhere since it's the first thing, but it's kind of the new premise.
Yeah, maybe she could be a little bit higher, but it's hard to say at this point because there's nothing else to compare her to on the list.
Yeah, I mean we'll move things as needed, but that's kind of how I see it for the moment. But yeah, I think we'll just go down a list rather than like sideways. I think just makes things easier to figure out where we want to place things.
Okay.
Yeah, just for general sense. Let's see. So we have Tama. Tama for the most part has been less seen due to side grades or upgrades that aren't too drastic or just like does her job but faster in JP. She's still very. Oh, wow. There's like a lot of strongs. We're just gonna get rid of these for now. Um, she's still used by those who haven't invested in those, and it's not like their scores are incredibly low. As in, they still hit the 2.4 mil like score that they need to hit with her, especially at LB3. But this is strictly talking LB2 as a baseline. I don't see her as actually that terrible. I just don't see her as defining as she used to be. And so I think she kind of just sits definitely under Ruka in terms of importance. Man, on my tongue. Uh, and so I think, I mean, of course, she's granted going to be below Ruka, but for the premise of things, I think I'm going to put her at 6. Granted, remember, read that like anything that used to be 6 is basically probably going to be down here. So, I'm thinking most likely she's going to sit around here, 6. I think there's like a pretty big gap between like Luca and her at this point, on like how between now like how good they are in terms of getting your scores and stuff.
I think it feels like the strength of Sutama is kind of the baseline for what all new buffers are expected to be instead of the representing an exceptional quality of a style that it used to.
Yeah,
It's like if a new buffer isn't as good as Sutama, then they're kind of just irrelevant immediately.
yeah, I can agree with that. So I think we'll put her at 6. Um, I think for six, I think we'll make six the new like considered strong or like the baseline of strong, because like I kind of agree with that. Is like she's kind of the current baseline of if you're worse than Sutama, you just don't feel amazing, and if you're better than Sutama, you feel at least pretty good. So I kind of agree with that sentiment. We should make sure it gets gone. So we now have our unions. Wait, do we not have our union? What did Union 4? Oh, Union 4's here. That's what happened. Okay. Let me give me a sec. And sorry about my background. I have family doing stuff. Um, someone coming in to help fix things. Wait, is this the wrong one? No, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one, right? Mm. I'll figure it out later. So we'll just go with Union 3. You basically just never see her because Diva exists, but in terms of not having Diva, you could still actually get a quality score from her because she still provides a different multiplier being hit count, right? So she is definitely above viable. She is very viable in that sense. So I'm probably going to veer her around 4 for the current moment until we kind of have like a better idea where things can be on this very open canvas. But I think this is like a good place to like kind of capture her is 4 with um, just yeah. I think we don't need we don't need Union 1. Do we? No. We don't need Union 1 or S Union because like S Union just explodes nowadays.
Yeah.
Um Seta's going to be gone cuz we don't need her. Mari, Mari 2. Uh basically not used anymore. She's okay, but like I don't think anyone would want to use her. At best, she's just straight viable and like fringe even for a lot of cases. I think due to a lot of team comps, I think I would put her more just like bottom of viable, like barely in that case. A lot of it has to do with the fact that she only has a one use mind eye rather than two use mind eye. But then again, there's a lot of damage dealers nowadays that can provide themselves with mind eye, um, and she doesn't provide as much crit damage. So this is just something that is something important that I think should be like thought about, and thus I'm kind of putting her at bottom of viable just because she doesn't give double stacks. Her cast is nice; it's not bad. It's just hard to get her off. She can give a second mind eye though recently with her SS1 upgrade, but that's only to other 31C members if I'm correct here. Red, do you remember?
I thought it was
I
like
think
you
she's
had to have a certain amount of 31C
is
in your
it
team
30?
to
Is
give
certain
it up
one?
to everyone.
Okay, I don't remember.
But I
I
think
don't
she
ever
is
use. I
actually.
didn't even use her for that. So, someone chat. Apologizes if I missed something mentioned earlier. Can you label which tier is can meaningfully contribute to anything relevant rewards? So yeah, that's what viable. That's one. So as funny as it is, one is basically saying that could possibly or like if the rest of your team is basically above it, could kind of carry you into getting reasonable rewards. Fringe means that like if everyone's basically needing to be like at 6 or above at least before like you can even think about using like if you use 2 of these, you're basically not gonna get meaningful rewards at that point. That's kind of the new take. But yeah, anyways, I think Body kind of just sits here on you could use her. I just don't see where she would actually be used. A lot of this actually has to do with the fact that um, she's just a one-time use, and there's now turn-based um, like buffs. There's now like crit damage being 100%. She only brings 30 on one cast, so she can still net you what you need here and there. Like, but ultimately she's just barely viable. You basically won't use her unless you're just farming things. Um, Minori 2, she's an oddball, I would say. Um, so unlike Muddy, she can cast her EX twice. She actually can provide Mind Eye twice, right? She can give 100% crit damage. She's not like the most viable unit in the world. She's not as fringe as Muddy is anymore, however, in my opinion. A large part of it has to do with the fact that she can provide all those buffs twice, things like that. And her EX actually just costs OD rather than um, like SP, and there's a lot more ways in current JP to provide OD over like, and she could just donate SP. So if you're not running stuff like Yanagi and whatever, like she's actually could be used here. Like for instance, if you're gonna pair her with Yun and then you pair her with um, let's say Seta 4, I think you can kind of have like a place for her here or there. Another one could be Mua as well, the Defender Mua, the new Mua. Is she even on here?
She
Oh,
should
she's
be at
not.
the side still.
She's on the side, yeah. So the new
Yeah.
Mua, you can actually pair her with her. Like, there's a lot of ways to actually use this Minori. Um, sure, she herself is not the most viable thing, but actually nowadays I would consider her a much better pick and much better use than Mari 2 in current JP, because there's just a lot of ways to work around what she doesn't bring to the table. I think she's kind of around here somewhere. I'm gonna be lenient for now and place her at like the bottom of tier 3. But like she's actually not as bad as people think. In fact, she's like pivotal, of course, to the Oshima team because she is Oshima. But like she provides a good amount of OD. There's a lot of things going for her. I can't say that she's absolutely terrible in the current environment of JP, unlike before where she kind of was. So I don't know how you feel about this, Red, but like this is just how I see like where she's kind of at the moment in JP, where
Uh,
she's
at
usable,
least has the
but
50% crit damage buff. That's
yeah,
nice.
but that's
But
about like
not much more than
it.
that.
Yeah. I think we're like got rid of everyone else, right? Because there's no more SS1s. Yeah, we're good. So like that's about it. It's pretty bare bones, but yeah. We'll go with the elementals now. There's been Wait, do we have anyone over here that matters, or should we just add them later? We'll just add them later. It's fine. Um, we'll have our elemental buffers now, and the top elemental buffers kind of haven't changed in like the
Yeah.
order of how good they are. Um, but for the most part, I will note that even if you see that ice is, actually ice buffer is probably one of the best. Uh, Ice is currently one of the weakest elements. In fact, I would argue it is the weakest element if you own everyone, um, due to it be missing certain buffs. Because you can't fit everything into a team anymore for Ice. Uh, so Tsukasa, I still think she is absolutely a powerhouse. She is amazing for Ice. If you're running Ice and you don't have her, you should basically just not run Ice at this point. Um, would I view her higher than Duka? Kind of, to be honest. On an Ice team, she's that essential, but I think the best place to put her is like right next to Duka. I think that's like how powerful she is and how important she is in an Ice team. Um, Granted, Ice is incredibly weak, and she's like the strongest thing, and everything else just like falls apart afterwards. But she herself is actually really really strong. So um, I'm gonna place her at tier 8 next to Duka Diva, as odd as it looks, but like she is just that strong in an Ice team. Sadly, Ice is the weakest element, but she's the strongest in there, so we're kind of show that that is how it is. Um, the second strongest. or technically equal to her, is Iroha 2. Um, I personally value Iroha extremely highly. Uh, 2 way over 3, to be honest. A large part is because 2 provides SP flat 5 very early on in a fight, and in current JP, um, it is hard to survive um, without having SP. And the fact that she could provide that for nearly free, because turn 1 you'll have enough SP to provide her dark field, costs like 6 SP, and then the following turn, you just use uh, her EX2, and you will put a fire field, give everyone plus 5 SP, and every turn that there is a field, she provides OD as long as she's in the front line. It's a very nice boost to your OD. Um, like just by turn 2, she alone is probably providing you about 70% OD. Maybe even more. Just from using skill 1 and her, and then and actually sorry, turn 3. By turn 3 she already gave me like 80% OD, because she'll give you like 10% if I'm mistaken OD at turn start if she's in the front and there's a fire field. So she just provides so much SP, so much like OD, and is just a powerhouse. She may be a fielder, and in current terms in JP, field is very weak um, because it's additive to enhance. She just sees so much use in JP because she provides elemental crit damage of any element that there's a field for, and that is an essential part of the damage calculation nowadays because it's a separate multiplier. Iroha 2 can provide 3 elemental types of crit damage. So we have fire crit damage. If you have thunder version, you can also get thunder crit damage. And if you have dark, you can get dark. In this case, we're going to assume she only provides fire and dark because we're assuming she doesn't. You don't have Iroha 3 due to the fact that how this baseline the of this tier list works. So we're gonna calculate. We're gonna place her accordingly to that. In my opinion, if you do have Iroha SS3, I would even consider even better than Tsukasa 5. So I think she's probably about equal. Like, what do you think? Equal or like slightly less
Yeah, I
than?
think equal.
Equal, right? Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah.
Um, due to that. Just the power of being able to give that crit damage. It's just so potent, and then she gets an additional powerhouse of having a small like field attached to that. You have Iroha 3. Think of her like Iroha 2. The main difference between the two is Iroha 3 will provide thunder crit damage as well as thunder enhance. There's no fire enhance actually on Iroha 2. And on Iroha 3, she'll provide basically everything that Tsukasa 5 will provide. The only main difference is that she will provide a weaker field as well as her EX, which is will provide the crit damage and for thunder element, not thunder, but like any whatever field there is that element. Um, and provide damage. The thing is that the damage could actually make or break your run because it could kill the boss depending on like how your team is set up, as well as uh, unlike Tsukasa, which can buff the crit damage to the whole team, she'll only provide it actually to the front line. So you actually have to make sure that the damage dealer is also in the front line during that time, making her a little bit more clunky. But overall, I do see her just as powerful as Tsukasa and everyone else. So just like before, I would like to keep them all in the same tier. They're just that powerful um, in terms of just how much they bring to the table, being elemental crit damage. Um, in her case, it's uh, thunder enhance. she just does a little bit too much. Um, if you're seeing any like Thunder team, however, you will see Iroha 2 preferred over Iroha 3. A large portion of that is because we're more SP hungry and we want the SP. So, and Iroha 2 provides SP. So that's pretty much why you see that being the case. But Seika 4. Now, just like the ones before, she's just does everything that they do, but there is no field. However, field is just not as powerful anymore, and therefore she kind of like stays in her spot. She kind of stays in her lane. It's kind of funny uh, that these. I think they should basically be all considered equals in a sense, um, because field is just not that important anymore. Uh, I could lower her to 7. Yeah, I could. Maybe I should. Nah, you kind of see Seika for. No, I think I'll keep her there. What do you think, Red?
No, I think she's fine there.
I think she's fine there. You see her a lot, even if like she's not LB3. I think you just see her very frequent. Um, but yeah, Yotsuha 1 is going to be one of the few SS1s we're going to keep on the list. The main reason behind that is that she's just really strong as herself. Uh, to the degree that even in JP, she may not be like the most meta pick ever anymore, but she is still very strong in terms of if you watch like the top whales, um, they have used her very recently as well, so it's not like she's unviable anymore on their like hitting high scores, but I don't think she's to the level of these two anymore. I mean, at least Seika, right? So I think she kind of drops. I think she's still better, kind of representing like how powerful she is than Tama, than Suit Tama. I kind of put her like bottom of tier 7 at this point. I think that's kind of where she resides. She's still very useful, but you would probably end up using Seika instead of her um, more often than not, just due to the fact that Seika has turn-based buffs, while Yotsuha 1 has uh, skill-based, right? Skill usage-based. So that would just make runs faster, and you kind of want your runs to be faster at this point. So, yeah, Yotsuha still I think is very potent. Just she's not as strong as her contenders anymore. Finally, she was basically meta for like 2 years, 3 years, 2.5 years.
Hey, she's still doing pretty good.
I think like 2.5 years. I think she was like meta for. Jeez. Adele. So Adele now has, as we have mentioned previously before, a master skill. Um, and her master skill will be like a mini Aoi. She will kind of like absorb all the damage for one occasion. Not one occasion, but for like one turn. Um, for one hit. And the thing is that unlike Aoi, she will dodge all the debuffs and damage on top of like everything, which kind of makes uh, her cover better than Aoi's in terms of per block. But the amount of time she can block is significant. You can feel it. It's significantly less. It's not as good. Um, and her potency as a blaster is was basically neutered by Kaden, the new Kaden. So if you are running the new Kaden, you basically don't ever run Adele anymore. If you do not run Kaden, Adele sees prominence again just because you do need the blasting. So um, I would kind of put her just like before in the same boat as Yotsuha. Um, a large part of it is because she is still incredibly viable. However, you will see a lot less of her just because if most people have Kaden, and if you don't have Kaden, you will definitely use her for fire. But if you do have Kaden, you basically just will never see her. So in a sense, you could say like, hey, if you have Kuden, she basically like goes down here, right? She's like barely viable and stuff comparatively to Yotsuha. But if you aren't running Karen, she's better. Like she would be like up here. So I think just it's just a good place to place her, just because it just makes sense on where she's at. Um, I could lower her one tier, but like I'm kind of comparing her to Tama, and I feel like the being able to sustain with the block is that big because in JP, every damage, like if you can reduce it, matters. Unlike before, because everything hits so much harder due to the border difference. So I'm gonna place her at 7. I think this is like a solid place to place her. And yeah, I think this is a solid place. Let's see. We have Union 2. So Union 2 is never seen in JP uh anymore ever since Diva. But if you still can use her and still hit 2.4 mil, I've seen it. So it is still possible, it is still viable. Uh but she's just not as prominent anymore. I'm gonna place her about the same place as I placed Union 3. They just aren't useful in the sense of, hey, if you have Diva's going to provide more hit count, and at that point, there's no reason to run Union 2. So, uh, yeah, she's still viable. Like I said before, anything above viable is actually considered pretty good. If you use a team of anything above them, you most likely can hit 2.4 mil as long as you play your cards right. But I will note that it will be much more of a struggle. Anything at 6 and above, you will feel a lot. Like you will feel the difference. It's huge. You will feel it, and I feel like she will, just like her alone instead of like having her instead of Diva, you will feel the difference, and the difference is reflected here. I think that's like a good place to put basically all unions. Um, it's like this area right here. She's like right under strong. That's how I see it. Yeah, I think this is a good place. What do you think, Red? I think this works.
Sitting there or a tier lower is fine.
Here lower. I'll keep her here for now. I don't see her being that much worse than Union 3. That's the thing. Like even if she was slightly worse, it's just not as yeah. Yotsuha 2. Um I would consider her basically due to what exists in the current JP. Um she's barely viable. She's kind of on the same level as Muddy. Um Wait, did I click the wrong button? Oops. So she's viable. You can hit 2.4 mil with her, but you're gonna probably want everyone else to be above the 6 line, to make that happen. Of course, granted that you are to assume that she provided what she need. Like she's actually part of the team. It's not like she got carried. Um, completely where she didn't do anything. This is kind of a good place to place her. They did finally buff her after they nerfed hit count, which is
She really
honestly
needed that.
silly. She needed that like years ago though. She needed that like a year and a half ago. AKA her release. Like she really needed that January last year. But she finally has it. Back now that it's like useless. I don't think she's fringe at all. Um, but just letting you know, everyone know for fun, if they didn't know, if you do run a full Oshima team, and you, of course, LB them to like max, you can actually consistently hit about, I think if I remember correctly, like this one guy who keeps posting, and he's hitting like 2.6 or 2.6 or 2.8 mil, every score attack. So it's not like they're useless and completely worthless, but definitely you will note that she is now slightly better, but just not good enough to make it to even close to strong. But she's also not fringe. Definitely not fringe. Tsukasa 3. Tsukasa 3, due to how much, like how weak Field is now, she's basically never seen. I don't think there is a good place to even use her anymore. She brings no large enhance, if not mistaken. She has no
She
large
doesn't.
enhance, right? Red? Yeah,
Nope,
she has
she
no
doesn't.
large enhance. She only has small enhances. Um, she has a light enhance, and that's like her only, like the only thing good running for her is just that, which is kind of measly.
And
Especially
spending
because
a turn just to give Vanguard light enhance is kind of awkward
yeah.
in this era.
So, um, I kind of net her as like barely viable, if not even kind of fringe at this point, which is very sad to see when because when Field was good, she was like top of like the food chain. She just feels so bad now. In fact, I wouldn't even want to run her. I feel like it sounds terrible, but I feel like I want to put her fringe. Is that bad? Like I feel like she's
Maybe a
actually
little bit
fringe.
bad. She's still like she does damage.
It's
She
still
gives the buffs.
fringe.
Her enhance isn't even that weak if you have her at LV3, but I guess that's irrelevant
But it's
because she's not
LV3. It's
LV. She's
LV.
LV2.
This is
Yeah.
yeah, LV2. I don't know. This is oh okay, but she's hot. I agree. Okay, Mia. I totally agree. She is hot, but she just feels so bad now. I will note her in viable for now, but like honestly, she's barely making the cut. If anything, I would want her probably in fringe. Pretty close to fringe. GA3. Now, GA3 is funny. The fact that she doesn't bring fields is a good thing. Um, I would rather use uh GA3 than Tsukasa. Um, I think I'm actually gonna do this. I think this makes more sense. Just do this, like this. Oops. Just do this for now, just so everything kind of moves around. There you go. So Yotsu and Chia are clearly better than Tsukasa in my opinion. Um, they buff elemental stuff and uh, they don't have field, so they just do their job pretty well. They can buff the team where when the damage dealer's not in the front, there's just a lot more going for them at this point. Iroha one is out of the picture now because she's an SS1 and honestly, her you don't need SS1. Tsukasa 2. So the difference for Tsukasa 2 is she doesn't have she has her field from SS1, which is not as useful anymore, but it has enhancing buffs. She provides strong uh, enhance as well as strong fire enhance. She also has defense down for fire. She actually has quite a good kit to the point that the like damage changes in calculation actually made her better in my opinion versus like her competition. Of course, like it made everyone worse, obviously, but it made her better compared to her competition. So surprisingly, I would probably actually kind of put her closer up here because she can bring that enhance. She can bring um, field. Field not being the greatest thing, but at least she can provide everything a fire team really needs except for the crit damage, which I think is a big deal. That she can actually do that. So I'm gonna note her in tier two, and so she kind of made a quote unquote comeback. Um, but there really isn't too much room for her to be used. But like for instance, you can replace Seika 2 with her. Like her like if you don't have Seika 2, you could run Skasa. Of course your damage is going to be a lot lower due to not having the crit damage. But overall, it's not too bad. Just mostly due to the fact that you can throw out a fire field. Sure, the enhance is much weaker, but hey, at least it is something to alleviate the difference between her and bringing crit damage or not, right? She can also make her enhances stronger, so there's just a lot more going for her um, than Seika 4. Like compared to like Seika 4, comparatively to like her contenders over here, and being able to provide a defense down So the others don't have to use theirs is always a nice plus. Uh, Granted, if this is like according to if you do not even have um, Misato, uh, Misato 3, Misato 3 is supposed to be providing you the elemental overwrite as well as the fire defense down. And since she's an SSR, she can actually make the defense down stronger. Can she? They have
And she,
someone. Wait, do they have someone with the resonance skill that can make her stronger? Am I
what team is
crazy?
that?
No, she does because
What squad?
Ichiko can do it. Yeah, so she does have it because Ichiko 2 is the resonance for it.
All right.
Yeah, because it's 31E is a resonance. So technically speaking, she's not as strong in terms of like being able to do those debuffs, but hey, at least she is an avenue of providing those. So I would kind of put her at tier 2, maybe even higher. Actually, you know what? Actually, I want to place her here. Um, it may seem a little high for her, but she might even be tier 3. Actually, you know what? She's pretty good now I think of it. What do you think? Should I put her with next to Minori, or should I just leave her at top of tier 2 for now? Because she's clearly better than these girls at this point.
Yeah, I think she's probably fine where she is.
Okay, yeah, she's pretty good nowadays. Surprisingly. Shiki. So people can hate on Shiki all they want. She's actually not bad anymore. Um, there's just no reason to use her because they're just better options. She's actually not as weak as people think she is, due to how they have the damage calculation changes. A lot of this has to do with the fact that she runs hit count, which means that if you aren't running Duka, she's your go-to for light at this point, right? So, not only that, her like numbers for buffs and stuff are actually pretty insane. It's pretty high. Um, you'd be surprised with how much people are dunking on her, like how good she is. She's actually not that bad. In terms of like elemental stuff, I would provide say like quite easily she's better than Union 2 for light. Um, like way better. So I'm gonna place her around 5. I think this is kind of like a good place to place her. She provides great enhance, like the large enhance, large um, light enhance, funnel, charge. There's just a bunch of things more so going for her that I actually think that she's pretty viable nowadays. If you're running even like Yanagi, she already comes with charge, so you don't have to waste a turn like a whole 7 I think it was SP on charge. And her EX is based off of if she has charge or not. So you can actually like make her work due to that. Is she amazing and powerful? As you can see, no, she's not under strong, but she is pretty viable at this point. And if you actually look at some like people who surprisingly like Shiki, because I'm not a Shiki fan, but there are people who do. um, I've seen people use her and hit. I think like recently, like 2.8 mil or something, using her instead of Diva, which isn't that bad to be honest. So this is kind of like where I want to place her. Due to damage change and stuff, she is definitely better than Union 2 and Union 3. So this is where I'm going to place her. Shadow. Shadow recently got a buff. Shadow 3. Um, wait, Red, do you have Shadow 3 or no?
No, I don't have her.
Okay. Remember back in the day when I used to use her all the time?
Yeah, how's she
I,
doing these days?
she's actually decently viable nowadays. I'm not gonna. I'm not Chateau the goat. Oh my fucking. She's okay. So she actually has a cheese comp. I'm not gonna rate her highly just because of the cheese comp. Um, but she actually has a cheese comp. Where if you use her, of course you need to be high enough LB or high enough stats to survive. But if you use her EX onto like Karen, um, and you have Yanagi on your team. It's like I think it's her, Yanagi plus Karen or something. I forgot what it was, but you can like 3-man um the score attack and hit 2.4 mil or some shit. Granted, they're all like max LP because they need to survive and stuff. But like you can, yeah, you could do that. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of nuts. Um, is she amazing? Is she good? Um, so if you didn't know what her changes were, they made it so then she used to only provide like what 50% crit rate and some form of any something else. I think it's like defense and stuff. But they made sure that like the crit rate is 100% rather than 50, and then her common skill used to be like a skill use base. I think it was like regular enhance and dark enhance. Oh, 50% attack too. Yeah, 50% attack. Did they increase the 50% attack? Yeah, I forgot. Or did they like leave it at 50? I think they left it at 50, right? If I'm not mistaken, they left it at 50. Oh, it was from 25. Okay, so yeah, they increased it from 25 to 50. Not the greatest like change, but it's still pretty good. And now she's technically, if you want to run the cheese, the 3-man cheese, she's pretty much pivotal to that team. That doesn't make her high tier, but like she is pretty good nowadays. Oh, it's a
Oh, her attack
100
is
now.
100% now.
Oh my god, she actually provides so much more now. Oh my god.
That's like almost as good as Admiral Yanagi gets for free.
I know, right? Um, I personally am like I've used her a couple of times. She's definitely in like strong tier now. It's kind of funky how she works, but like even if you're not LB3, you don't really need LB3. LB3 is just a nice addition. I would place her like tier 5 or tier 6. Maybe tier 6 is saying too much. I'm gonna place her here for now. Maybe I'm just harping my horn a little too much, but I've tried using her here and there, and I've had a little bit more fun with her. I didn't just do use her for like the cheese comp, okay, guys. I'm just noting that like when I did use her for cheese comp, she was hella fun. But yeah, about here, right? AKA her buff is pretty good. Kaden 4. She's pretty fringe. She just I'm not gonna talk too much about her, but no one, no one sees her.
Yep,
No one uses her. She's
no one
fringe.
uses her. She's a
Absolutely
common
fringe.
skill, but that's about
Yeah,
it.
that's about it. Yotza 3. Yotza 3 is not fringe. She's just not really used because Dark is like pretty rigid on what you want to use at the moment. Um, I
No
kind of
more
note her.
infinity loops with her, yeah. Too bad.
Yeah, I mean she's okay. I think she's like very niche. I kind of place her around like here. Like you can still use her. She's not that bad. Think of her just like Yotsuha, like all other Yotsuhas. You can bring what elemental crit damage, elemental crit, and elemental enhance. In this case, it's all dark. So she's viable, very viable. And the best part about her is she can use her EX. I mean, she can only use her EX actually while she's in the back line, and she will follow up um, any damaging skill that is, I think, remember correctly, 8 SP or less. The main concern for her is at this point, if you do want to use Yanagi, it's practically impossible in many regards to run her in the team. A large portion of that is because, well, Yanagi will increase your cost count by 2, and if you that means the skills that you use that has to deal damage, they have to be 6 or lower base before else like you don't proc that. So is it like it's really much more clunkier to use her. Um but yeah, I don't think she's fringe. I'm for now gonna place her here. I think it's like a okay place to place her. If in fact these like she might go up here instead. But yeah, this is about where I place her. The main good part about her is she makes turns base buffs and stuff like that. So you can make use of that, and Not only that, but this EX will have hit count, which means that you can build a little bit more OD. It's just a very nice bonus overall. The rest we have is SS1s, and Seika 2 at this point is Fringe. So I'm gonna put her in Fringe next to Cotton. No one uses her. It's
No
over.
one uses her.
Um, yeah, I can't think of anyone who uses her. Not a single person. Um, yes, in JP at one point, yes, she was top tier. Now in JP, she just yeah, no one ever uses her. She's basically dead, in a ditch, unfortunately. But yeah, there we go. Done. We're done with elemental buffers. Yay. Now we're going to general debuffers. We do have a new general debuffer, Mighty 5, just noting. I might bring her up once we're done with the others. But yeah, overall, the approximate placements, should I say, of them haven't really changed. I will note that in the current territory of JP, that because of how orbs work and how like the what's it called again, and how the border has gone to 750, how that's an issue with trying to get your debuffs in, because you just can't get higher potency. So just using a defense orb is just goes a long way now. And because of that, anyone who just provides just a regular defense down, um, pretty much provides nothing, because you could just bring anyone else and have them put on the orb, and you pretty much do about the same amount of debuffing. So in this case, that would make anyone who only brought defense down kind of lower on the scale. And yeah, um, now if we're looking at Megu and Miko, one, I'm just gonna start at the bottom because it's easy. They're basically both fringe units. You'll never see them be used. You can use them and still and carry them to the score you need, but you didn't really use them, and you could have used anyone else and it'd been fine. So um, I'm gonna easily place them in fringe territory. I don't think there's a question. Um, no one uses them. It's game over. That's it.
Shouldn't Nico just be off the list because she's an SS1?
True. She should be off the list. She's SS1.
Yep.
Thank you
Goodbye,
for
Miko.
reminding me. Goodbye, Miko. So, yeah. You have your new Queen of Fringe with Megu 2 sitting there all alone in general debuffers. The only thing she really brings is an AoE fragile, and the main issue with that is it costs 9 SP, a little too expensive. As for our other debuffers, the big four, Maki is obviously still considered the weakest. In this case, this time due to Karen, you will basically never see her again. um, Mia 2 is still seen around, especially because she can still provide the perma defense down, and that would be like light field involved. Not only that, but her what's it called again? Her master skill gives plus 2 SP whenever she uses her EX, and her EX will provide 2 turns of defense down and fragile. It's still really good overall. Before, when we remade the list, she was kind of your go-to girl with Fubuki 1. You, even if with her elemental debuffs, you basically brought these two, as long as your overriders did not provide the debuffs that they provided. Um, you just kind of threw them in a lot of the time. Nowadays, uh, you don't see Mia as much. Fubuki is still one of the ones that I'm going to add on the tier list, by the way, and she's SS1, because she's still relevant. Um, but without her SS2, she's just not as good, because you want the OD building. And in fact, I would consider even more fringe than Maki is, in a sense, due to that. You might be like, oh, wait, but if you build enough OD, she can bring Misfortune. But most of the time, especially if you're LB2, you're definitely not hitting border. So even with the minus 20 stats, that's not going to do anything. So Mia obviously is going to be the queen of debuffing, general debuff still. Out of the ones that already existed. We'll talk about Mighty, what, 5 was it? Right after this.
RE5, yeah.
But in my opinion, Mighty 5 is better than Mia is. We'll talk a little bit about that why in a little sec. But overall, Mia is still, I'd say, like low tier 8, maybe high tier 8. About here, right? I'd say about right here. It's fine. Very strong. Nothing to like say anything to make her look bad. Just, you know, her LB3 makes her D-bus more potent, and that's like the most important thing. But outside of that, nothing crazy. Fubuki 1, we're gonna pretend that there's no SS2 because we're looking at SS1 generalized. Still worth it. Kind of considering her around like right here. I like strong. Doesn't We're pretending she doesn't build OD due to the fact that we're assuming that she doesn't have her SS2. So this is kind of a fair place to land overall. Maki, in a sense, is better than Fubuki, but at the same time, also not as good. I'd say about equal technically because of how um, things work with Karen. Where would she be at if she had SS2? Um, yeah, so we'll have a different list for that. She would basically be about equal to Mia. You see her still very interchange with Mia Fubuki 1 slash Fubuki 2 because it's really just stat spread and stuff like that at that point. But yeah, um, Maki, Fubuki, they're about the same. Nothing crazy. I would like to add, but yeah, that's where it goes. Um, Isuzu actually provides crazy defense down, and the most important thing about her like DP defense down and her regular defense down is that it scales well with level, but it doesn't really actually scale that much with stats, which is like the biggest important thing. So if you look here, there we go. And we go to, is this English? It's still English. Cool. Um, Isuzu, right? Um, if you look right here, if you level this up, you see the difference here. It's like only like what, like a measly 8%. So she actually has incredibly high defense in terms of like defense down, and it's actually pretty impressive. It's interesting that you don't really see her used because of how good this is, but you don't see her used. I think a large part of it is because it's one turn rather than like 2 turns. But yeah, she's still pretty good. Um, Actually, funny enough, more recently I've seen Isuzu Simp use her as a damage dealer because well her SS1 deals damage more often than not and hitting like 3 to 3.1 mil, but they have like max LB, max out everything, right? So um, yeah. In this case, Isuzu, we're going to pretend she does not have her SS3's common skill, which gives fragile. So, in the event that she only brings defense down, the main issue is that there is no fragile orb. So, she can't really be seen as too prominent just because of even if she has the crazy defense down, the additive, blah blah. But yeah, I still see her because of how good she is. Still kind of like at the same tier as these two, just because of how much defense down there is attached to it. The DP defense down actually makes things easier for Cutton to break the boss, which may sound like, but why would that matter? If you don't have to provide, the less you have to provide for Cutton to break the boss, the better. You don't really want to provide her with too much. So DP defense down, very nice, very nice overall. And if it's additive, it's even better. So in certain cases, Isuzu can be considered better than Fubuki and Maki, but in some cases they're worse. I'm placing her under because in more cases than not, she would be considered worse. Now, when we get to the whale list, instead, not today, I would consider her actually better than Maki by a good margin, and I would consider Fubuki, like Fubuki Mia, to be pretty much tied with Isuzu, barely lagging behind like before. That's pretty much where I see them. So yeah. Did you want to add to that, Red? I think this is like a fair assessment for like
Yeah, I agree.
these four. Yeah, they're by the way, all of these girls are really really good. Um, don't get me wrong. Next we have just so I could pick up here for fun. Um, just because he's really relevant here is Mighty Five. So Mighty Five is like one of the more recent styles. She came out like what 3 weeks ago, something like that, something like that. And the main two things you need to know about her is she's a Bungo minion, which is a nice plus if you're running her with Bungo, like an incredibly large buff with running with Bungo. And number two is she does whatever Mia does, but like unlimited, right? So to put in perspective, I'm gonna show it here because it's easier. I'll go in more depth with like newer styles than like so anything over in this little bracket here. I'll probably talk way more about because these ones I expect people like viewers to have like seen these characters before, right? So reconnecting. What? Okay. Um, hopefully updates. You guys can still hear me, right? I'm not
I can still
disconnecting over
hear.
here. Okay, cool. Um, yeah, and if the stream can also reply, I just want to make sure I'm not disconnecting on you guys either. Uh, so Mari's thing, right, is that she will provide the same debuffs as Mia, except for it's going to be on one skill, right? So if you look at here, it says it costs 10 SP. When you get enough stacks, I don't remember how many stacks. Um,
3 stacks, I think,
is it three
for
stacks?
its half
Um,
cost.
it'll cost half. Oh, thank you for letting me know. Still fine on my stream. Cool. Um, and the main thing you have to understand is it's half cost. It already only costs 10. It's gonna cost 5 SP. And if as you can see here, this has no like as you can see here, like this one had say it's a skill use. Just like all other Bungo minions, there's 0 skill use cost here. I mean it's like skill use amount here. So you can use this unlimited amounts of times. And that means you can basically just spam this. And so every turn, the boss should always have these debuffs. Like double stacked every turn, pretty much. Um, with how things are. Which is crazy. Rem is typing. But he's deafened and muted. So I don't know if he understands what's going on. The main thing is that Mari, in my opinion, is like a slight power creep comparatively to Mia. It's not so defining amount that like anyone would advise you to like if you already invested into Mia that you should totally invest into Mari too. I mean not Mari too, but like Mari as well. Um, it's just not that much more powerful. But you just have to note that uh, she can basically provide the same thing. It's just a lot cheaper. There's a lot more going for her. Like the only downside would be you don't get the +2 SP. If you really need the field, you don't get the field. But that's pretty much the only downside you see at that point. Um,
Oh, after second skill use, it becomes half cost.
After I see something wrong here. Uh oh. Only shows up in skill list. Yeah, I don't know where it shows up here. Like Rem can't even hear me. I don't know why he knows what I'm trying to say. Cause I'm just clicking the thing.
Maybe he's watching your
Anyways,
stream.
he is, but he can't hear us. Okay, so he
Or like
said
the
on
actual live stream.
here he's gonna make it so it's visible, so you can actually see it saying down like the turn count. I mean the SP cost. So thanks, Rem. Even though you can't hear me, thanks, Rem. Um, the other thing is that she also provides an ally and technically herself with an additional turn. This is really nice stuff to add too for additional turn because a lot of the time you're trying to punch in an additional turn here or there. Like it's actually kind of hard to get all your debuffs in, especially with turn-based buffs being a thing. So it'd be very easy to get your debuffers to actually get all their debuffs in with this, as well as granted, like sure, in her case, she will be the only debuffer you really need. The only other debuffer you'll really need is for elemental debuffs, and that's it. Um, but yeah, she can help allow you to provide like extra buffs right here and there. Like if you want to stack 2 stacks, if you're not running what's called like if you're using skill use buffs, she's even better for that. So like there's a lot more flexibility with her. I sadly do not have her because she was yeah, she just dodged me. I didn't want to pull on that banner. But she is incredibly powerful, very good. Her LBs, not the craziest thing. We just have Walkie Servant, right? Walkie Minion buff. We got if she's at is it what? Am I reading this right? But yeah, extra turn. Oh, it's right here. What am I? Extra turn. Um, she'll provide that member with 2 SP. So like even if you're not getting 2 SP for the whole team, at least the one who gets extra turn will have the extra SP, which is really nice to have. Her LB3 passive, we'll just bounce over it just so we can get over it. Which is also why she's kind of better and kind of stronger than Mia. Is once she gets to 8 SP or less, which when this has half SP, that means this will trigger. She will decrease her defense. I mean, like increase her defense potency by 30%. And if you look at Mia's, it's 25%. So very powerful, very good overall. The other thing I'll just talk about for fun, because I can, is if you didn't know, Rem now has the resonance list. Yay! So you can actually see resonance skills now, and how much of an increase you get from LB, right? And if you can't tell, she actually just power creeps what currently exists. So if you look over here, which one is it? Uh, what one is it? This one here. This one? Yeah. She kind of power creeps this one a little bit. Not fully. You are losing out on the DR rate, right? Um, but the thing is that if you only want the attack up, she technically actually power creeps this slightly. So you can see right here, she's equal to an LB2 of these girls. So that's the thing. Uh, But is she that powerful? Like, is it that different? Big difference? It's 70% versus what? 50%. So it's like a
50%.
20%, and this is additive too. So it's not like the biggest thing. It's very small. But on anyone who you don't need DR increase, right? Um, and you don't really need DR. You only want DR increase on a certain character, which is Kaden, right? You just throw this onto Kaden, and then that's pretty much it. You're done, right? That's just how you see it. Granted, Kaden doesn't even need this, to be honest. In fact, I would personally go with Kaden having where's the
The
OD
DR.
one? This one, the OD. This one. The one you get more OD when you break them, right? 20% OD up to nuts. Sadly, I only have LV1, so I only get this. But yeah, it's always a nice bonus. So we'll go back to here. Whoa. Talking about Muddy. And Muddy, in my opinion, is pretty much the top here on being stuff. But I think they're about equal to Mia. I think what I'm gonna do is here's what I'll do. Place her here for now because I'm gonna move Mia. Place Mia here. Da-da. There we go. So they're pretty much the same. It's not that different, but she is clearly better by a slight margin. So I'm gonna place her slightly above. Um, if you put her on a Bungo Minion team, she is way better than me in my opinion because she just stacks up the SP way faster. Just a quick note. But yeah, I think we're done with all our general debuffers. We can go to our elemental debuffers.
All right.
So elemental debuffers, overriders are still the best. They're still the best debuffers. But there's been kind of a shift due to Cuttin being part of the team and how you're gonna fit in the team and all. That it's actually a little bit more different. The only similar part is Ichiko 3 is still considered the best one of all of them, mostly because she can build OD really fast, and second of all, you don't have to use her in a just a purely light team. You can place her in a Pierce crit team, and she can perform pretty well because she provides the permanent defense down and provides OD. So she's still the top of it. Granted, at LB 2 and without her LB 3 passive, she's not the most prominent thing. I typically have a very hard time using her at LB like I have her LB2, and you really cannot use her for what she's considered like really good for until LB3 if you're running her outside of a light team. And even in a light team, it just feels kind of slow and kind of clunky. But yeah, overwrite is a big deal still. And yeah, this is LB2 instead of LB3, so she's, in my opinion, kind of like barely the best, but not by crazy much. I'd still stick that around tier 8. Because tier 8, like, they're another multiplier. They're still really good um, overall. We'll go with what I consider to be the second best at this point, and that'll be Misato, right? The biggest thing right now is that if you don't know is how resonance skill works. That's why I kept this here, right? Is as you can see right here, the defense down effect, right? Increase. There's only certain elements that can use it. So we have fire. Oops, I'm not gonna click that. I shouldn't have clicked that. We have fire. We have dark. Well, we have two darks. We have light, and we have
So,
and no and null, right? So
yeah.
ice doesn't get it, and thunder doesn't get it. That's what happened. Um, so the ones who can get it, and especially if they're SSR, it's even better. So Misato actually ekes out ahead versus like pretty much everyone else, and is on par with Ichiko because of the resonance skill, like being able to use that on top of like everything else she does. And this resonance skill is like nothing to harp at because like 15% like boost on your defense down, and it's like the main way to get your like increase in your potency. Because well, 750 border, how are you hitting that unless you're max LB? And of course, this max LB is 25%, right? So it's a big deal. Everyone else is pretty much going to be lowered into this bracket here of 7. Um, but oddly enough, you'll look at this list. If you didn't know, Hisame sadly is in the current market probably the worst of the 5, which you would think it's Kasa, but it's oddly not anymore. It's actually Kisame who's the worst. But for now, I would say Shadow and Tsukasa are pretty much tied um, to be like as good as each other in like how potent they are. The main reason is there's no fragile orb, so Shadow's still being Shadow. She's just too good, right? Um, in fact, you know what? I think Shadow should go a little bit higher than Kasa. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put these two probably up here. Screw it. I'm gonna do this. This is probably how I feel. Like I actually feel this way more. We'll take here just so it's easier, right? Um, and Hisame is clearly in the rudder at this point, compared to like Kasa. So just like barely under. So here we go. This is kind of how I see the overriders right now. Ichiko and Nikaido can actually make use of Resin skill because they're both the only SSR overriders. And not only that, but the other part is that um, they can provide things very easily, right? Ichiko can provide a little bit extra OD and can be used outside of light teams. Well, Misato is just such a core in fire teams at this point. You basically just never remove her. Shadow is still core because you still want fragile. Misato doesn't have that problem because who else you can use to get fragile. Hisame has a problem because it's hard to fit fragile in your team for ice now. If you do add fragile, you're gonna be missing hit count. Like you gotta make your choices at that point. And Kasa is just hit count buff because she provides that. It's a lot more alleviation You can actually add other things now. So the problem that Kasa had before, it's not like the opposite, but Hisame has this problem now. So yeah, this is kind of where I have the debuffers for now, and in a sense, this is kind of also how strong each of the elements are. It's actually reflective very much on how well these fit into the team. Oddly enough, so because Ichiko fits in the team the most and builds OD, she light is kind of the highest like score attacking element. If everything is of element, I'm pretty sure light would become at top. Fire would come right behind that with thunder veering like basically neck and neck with fire. We'll have dark right under that, and then I actually think that Pierce Crypt might do better than ice at this point. I'm not actually sure. I haven't seen all the numbers, but like they're either ice is slightly above, if not lower than Pierce Crit. Because you just don't ever see anyone run ice anymore. um, but yeah, now we go for the rest of the debuffers. We can start from the bottom, just because it's easier to just get rid of. Actually, no, we'll start from the top. It's fine. Megu. So Megu's downfall comes in at this point. Very sad day. A large part of it is she provides large fields, um, and that was her main selling point. And she doesn't, and field kind of sucks now. She only provides at this point fragile and fire defense down, and fire defense down can be covered by Nikaido. So field not being as strong and fragile is all she brings. Um, the thing is that she can still be used in a team, but that team means that you're probably not running Yuki Unison. So if you're running Yuki Unison, you're never gonna run Megu. If you're not running her, then you might be running Megu. Megu still can be run. So Megu is still viable. She's just not as potently strong as she used to be. Where in this, it shows that she was potently strong. She's just not as strong as she was. But fragile is such a skill you want to keep in your team compared to the other ones that can just be used with orbs. That she is still prominent because of that. You just don't see her in JP often because the ones who will post scores are posting because they um like they have all these units, right? So you probably will rarely see her use because there's just better options at this point. Um, but the only main better option is Yuki 6. 6? Unison 6, right? I'm not crazy. Yeah, 6. So I would place her probably around probably bottom of strong. I think she's like I would consider her slightly worse than like Tama. What do you think, Ram? Not Ram. I saw Ram. I meant Red. We'll let her
Um,
off. Help.
yeah,
I
she's
think
not
she's
as good
about.
as Tama. Yeah,
I
that's
think she's
fine.
like slightly worse than Tama, but not like this much worse. I think she's just slightly worse than Tama.
All right, put her there.
By the way, yeah, you can chime in on in the chat. You're allowed to. Just think you could type away if you want to like argue for a character's placement. Like I'll take your thoughts too. Like it's totally fine. Um, what are we doing here again? Okay, you know what? Why are you doing this to me? Megu 5. Um, Megu 5 was basically completely sidelined due to Iroha 3 being introduced. Granted, you do use Iroha 2 for a Thunder team, more so than Iroha 3 due to what I previously noted. So I'm not going to dive too much about Iroha, but Megu is not as used. Her main selling point used to be her field, and Iroha basically does that, plus provides everything else you need. Um, Megu's other selling point was fragile um, and thunder defense down and regular defense down, and all those can either be provided by Shadow 2 or an orb skill. So if you have Iroha and you have Shadow and you have orb skills, Megu's basically worthless. Like she doesn't bring anything to the table. So um, that's why she's not considered as high as she used to be. A large part of it just has to do with field just not being as strong. Um, do I still consider her to be like union level? Arguable, maybe. More so than Megu. A large difference between Y of like Megu um and 3 and Megu 5, like by the discrepancy, has a lot to do with not just the potency of the debuff, um, but the fact that Shuttle, which is basically all your teams, is holding on to Fragile. Well, Misato is not holding on to Fragile. And the fact that Megu holds on to Fragile. Wait, yeah, she's holding Fragile because Fragile's on her SS1, right? I'm not crazy.
Or Megu?
Yeah, it's on her SS1, right?
Fragile was on their SS2.
No, it's on SS1 now, right? They buffed that, right?
Oh, they buffed it. Okay. I
Wait,
didn't see any buff on her.
I totally forgot if you need 31A though. Do you? They buffed it. I remember that's why I just
Let's see. Let's see.
no, it's right here. It's right here. Yeah,
Yep.
you don't need
She
31A
just has it
for
now.
it. Yeah, so she just has That's why that's why I'm noticed she has Fragile, by the way, Red. If you didn't know, they did buff her most recent patch, or not most recent, but like the previous patch. Um, but she has Fragile now. If you didn't know. And
Yeah,
if you
that's
have three
interesting.
31As, it
It
costs
costs
5
half
SP.
SP.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's half SP, so it's actually not bad, which is why she is here. Because the fragile is not 9 SP anymore; it's like 5. So that's why I said like Megu is pretty good still. Um, just there are better things. But yeah, I'm gonna place Megu like I think right here, Megu 5. I think the discrepancy is pretty big just because of how these two fit into the team, right? It's just very hard to fit Megu 5 into the team. Um, Especially because in Fire, you can easily fit 331As, but you really cannot fit 331As with Thunder.
Hmm.
So that's also another discrepancy between why, like, it's just that big a difference on how this work. Um, Miko. Miko is one of the few that I would consider like she performs very well, but you don't see her very many teams. So if you actually do your research and stuff and look up like JP teams, you don't see her in light teams as much as you expect her to be. Um, but that's mostly because the better options only slightly better, right? But she's actually really powerful because she provides fragile, as I said, being that powerful. But just the fact that you can just like toss out her EX, and right after that you can toss her another EX, and then you can toss out her AOE defense down through her SS1, and that's a powerful, extremely powerful defense down because it's scaled higher. And it's AOE 40% to 55, which is higher than the what 30 45 30 to 45 if I remember correctly, um, of a regular defense down. So funny enough, I kind of consider her better than Megu at this point. um she's probably around like here. I would consider her better than Tama at this point. I actually think she's about here. um no matter how close she is to these girls and like how strong she is, her downfall of why she's not used in many teams comes in as like you can just run one of these and then just um toss light orb, and you're basically the same strength as Miko. At this is of course talking about LB 3-4, right? Um, and at LB like 2, Miko maybe veers off slightly ahead, but barely. Um, so you basically won't see him. So that's basically the reason. Um, let's go back. Isuzu. Isuzu is powerful for being the AoE version of Miko, but also provides field. I'm gonna place her kind of in the same place as Miko, just because they pretty much do the same thing. But in JP, there aren't really any AoE recently. When's the last time we had a two enemy score attack?
I can't remember. It's been so long.
I don't think we had one. Do we have a 150 two enemy score attack? Yeah, do you remember? Did we have a 150-35 um two enemy score attack? I think we had one, right? Just one. I have a feeling we had one. I don't remember. But yeah, anyways, if we did have one, she would be the default go to in terms of like debuffing, because Mia and Mari obviously only do single target. So Isuzu, technically, you can say like she's even rated higher because she can do those things. But yeah, very strong, very good. Um, let's go to the eternal debuffers or perma debuffers, whatever fits, whatever you want to say. Um, Aina, the only one who can provide crazy amounts of OD while also doing the same job. She is still very good. Mia, her thing is unlike Aina, she will provide a perma defense down on top of what she provides, and she can also increase how much defense down she gets with her common skill. Megu, unfortunately, out of all of them, um, pretty much provides only like basically everything, um, in a sense. But defense down, perma defense down, fragile, and um, dark perma defense down. But the SP cost is probably way too high. You're probably not going to use that all. And she doesn't really fit into a dark team that well either, as odd as it is. So, um, not seen too much, but I wouldn't say she's unviable. Just because she does have everything you need. Just how are you going to survive that is a different question. I'm going to note that I think these three are basically in the same tier. Like I'd even argue that they're like right next to each other. So I'm gonna put right next to each other. And they're not really seen because there's just so many more things you need to add into a team. And in JP, you can use them and still hit probably 3 mil if everyone's maxed out. Granted, this is not talking about maxed out, but like if they are, you could probably get to 3 mil pretty easily. But yeah, overall, I'd say about they're about here, right? What do you think, Red? About here, right? Three,
Yeah,
like they're pretty good.
yeah, no, that's
Honestly,
good.
they're pretty good. They're pretty solid. They're just not really used. Um, if you didn't realize, by the way, guys, anything at 6 and above, you'll probably see them in a JP comp when you look them up and hitting 2.6, 2.8 mil pretty relatively easily. Anything above 6 in this case. Anything below that, you'll probably see them hitting 2 point like 3 to 2 point to like 2.3 to 3 mil essentially. You'll see them. And anything at like fringe, basically just don't see them. Like ever. So, yeah. As we go over here, we're going to get rid of the SS1. So, bye-bye. And we're going to go straight to Miko. Um at this point she's fringe. That no one uses her. It's so you can't fit her. Like think of it Hisame, but like you don't have fragile, right? Just like Hisame. I mean not fragile. I mean you don't have weakness implant. So stream Wordle next. God damn. Thanks, Mia. So Tena, Tena 2 fringe. Uh, basically unviable. I haven't seen anyone use her. I don't think anyone can find too much of use for her. I don't know. I can't. I can't.
You could probably use her as a damage dealer. Ice damage
I
dealer,
mean,
not that good.
but this isn't damage. This is just like
I don't
how
know, but
much.
it's probably her best use these days.
Maki here. She's a breaker, but she also does a bunch of debuffs. Um, is she viable? I think she just costs too much SP. Like, if there was a world where her SP costs were like half somehow, I think she'd be hella viable. But her SP costs are too high, right? She has an EX ult, which is nice. The only problem is she doesn't have any what was it called? Tears? Yeah, tears for um for getting her debuffs to be stronger. So it's whatever. Um, and yeah, that's kind of the thing about it. She'll provide thunder defense down, uh, DP defense down, and if you use her EX1, you can have fragile, you can have blasting. Like there's a lot of things you can do, but a lot of it also kind of sits on the point that you want to have charge on her, and she costs 18 SP. Like there's just so much that doesn't go her way because of her SP costs. That we I can't really place her highly, but I can see her being used. But overall, she's fringe. No one's gonna use her. I can't think of a team that would be too six. Like they can. Like you can argue viable. You know what? She's probably way more viable than Miko. I'm gonna place her here. It's just not. It's just barely anything, right? So not a thing you want to use. Koju, she's fringe. No one uses her. You won't ever see her. And then we have SS1s and another SS1. So we can just delete these all. There we go. I think this is fair for these. They're all pretty fringe. Or pretty close to
Yep,
fringe.
they're pretty much outclassed now.
Yep. Defenders. Wait, do we have any? We can go over a couple of these ones. Because we did elemental debuffing, right? So we can start with uh technically Aoi. Aoi's a debuffer, right? Is she considered
Yeah,
debuffer class
she's
actually?
debuffer.
Is she debuffer class even? Oh,
What
she
else would she be?
is. I don't know.
Admiral?
Um,
Not in that swimsuit.
Admiral is nah, dude. Her kit's kind of eh. Anyways, um, going over
Fire
her
Adele was
kit.
already ranked. Keep up, yeah.
What?
Fire Adele was already ranked. She doesn't need to be put in the defender tier.
Where's the best defender? Fire. Oh, I see. Yeah. Aoi, the only SSR that requires SSR shards. Smiley face. Thumbs up. Until 2026. F tier. Okay, so we'll just at least go over a kit. Okay. Um, Common skill provides morale to the whole team. This is probably the only reason why you want to have her. Makes all always, morale bots very good, very strong. Actually, a very solid common skill because you would only see this as an EX skill if it provides OD, and that's on Kochu. Her EX skill gets better per cast and I'm not per cast. I mean per morale count,
Right.
and we are to assume that can you not scroll to 10? Can I? Is there no 10? Wait, am I crazy? There should be a 10, right? There it is. Let's use this. It's just easier. Okay, so this will do a one hit AOE. One of the first one hits in a very long time. I think last time we had one was like what 2023.
We got
Smiley
one on the
face.
last banner.
I
The
mean,
current banner, even.
hey, listen. I understand. I'm talking about when she came out. Okay.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
It's been a long time since we had a one hit attack. Kind of worthless to build OD. You should assume that you would be probably using her EX around like 6, 7 to like 10 morale count, but we're gonna assume we're at 10. As you can see, she provides all the defense down you're gonna need outside of perma defense down, and it's gonna be all be done in one cast. So she is good when it comes to that type of deal. And the other thing is that she also will have an SP cost reduction. So instead of being 16 cost, it's going to be 8 cost. Does it tell you here? So morale just has to be 6. Thumbs up. So for 8 cost, she'll provide all the defense down you need outside of perma. She'll provide a dark zone, and this will be AoE. So all these numbers are AoE numbers. Is this amazing? It's not bad. Uh, I think the main thing that killed her was that field was basically nerfed to the ground, so it just feels kind of bad to have this as part of your kit. If this was perma defense down instead, I think it would have been nicer, in my opinion. Just me. Um, she's not actually terrible, but she's there's nothing amazing about her that it would point out anything. I think she's the only debuffer though right now, at least to point out that provides double stack debuff on one turn. I mean, like on one, yeah, on one turn, on one cast. So she is not terrible. She's just not amazing. Um, she is better than these folks, in my opinion. A lot of it has to do with morale, but not that much better. I think she's like, I placed her about here. Like she also has the usefulness, of course, being Aoi, so she does bring a block, but you also don't want to use her EX1 if you want to build morale. So it's kind of like a weird mix, real place. I think you can use her and still do well. I just don't think that there's a reason to. I'm gonna place her at the top of viable. I don't think she fits the meta very well at the current time. I think this is
Yep.
a fair assessment. She's pretty not she's not fringe, she's just not good.
I think you summed it up when you said she's pretty. Yep,
Damn.
not much more to say.
We'll go with our one of my favorite defenders. One of my favorites. Seda 4. If you didn't know this, Red,
Yep.
I grew up with Seda 1. Okay. She has a special place in my heart. She was my first SS, Seda 1. My first SS. And then my second SS was Seda 2. And I was very sad because that means I only had one SS to work with. Seda 2 plus Seda 1 with generalized. Seda 4. Good unit actually. She's still very powerful. Provides large enhance, mind die, defense buff,
Debuff
and
dispel.
debuff dispel. And on top of that, she can be used as a buffer for crit and crit damage if you really need it with her SS1. Very solid kit with pretty much every buff you'll need. In a sense, you can argue that she is just Yanagi, like Admiral Yanagi with a few extra steps. Because she'll provide the crit damage, the enhance, the mind die, and on top of that, she will, instead of making things like making all your buffs stronger and debuff stronger and all that stuff that Yanagi does, instead she'll provide defense up and reduce how much crit damage you provide by 40%. Incredibly solid kit, probably one of the better ones, and very self-sufficient. Can also provide OD whenever she casts her EX, and her EX can be casted unlimited amount of times. If you are going in for a long fight, especially like was it called an EN? Soul Racker. What was Soul Racker called an EN? Um,
Asterium.
Astrarium,
Astrarium.
Astrarium. Yeah. So if you're doing Astrarium and you're going to high EX values and stuff, Seda 4 is probably your go-to girl for as a buffer over Yanagi. Mostly a lot to do with the fact that you can cast her unlimited amounts of times, and the defense buff can be casted unlimited amounts of times. It's just that powerful. She's just a powerhouse in that sense. And of course, we're not going to talk about her extra bit that she can have if you have all her styles too much because it's not going to be part of the rating. But to give a little extra, she can also have the AoE cover with her from her SS3. So very good style. I will place her in a very nice place of bottom of tier 8. She deserves this spot. In fact, she's just really solid for free to play. If you're trying to hit a high like scores, and you do not have um like high LBs, if you're running even LB1s across the board, she's probably the reason why you can. Because turn one, if you're not running anything higher than a limit break two, someone's gonna get broken, and she could prevent that. So she's very powerful. In even in like LB2, like if everyone's LB2, she could even be considered like really high tier. But we're not gonna get to that. I think this is just the best place to place her. Is she's very solid, very strong. If you don't have Yanagi, she's basically your best replacement for that. Very good. The Aois. We're gonna pretend SS1 doesn't exist, so we're gonna get rid of that. As a defender, uh, just she does her job. It's just Aoi doing Aoi things. I don't think I'll just place her down here though. She's not as good, right? But she just does defender things. Stops everyone from dealing damage to you. This one is not as good because you don't really deal damage with her, and she just has a battery for fire, and just not that great. You probably just I can't put her on fringe because she technically isn't, but I'm gonna place her in viable. You just basically never use her, but she's there. Looks pretty. That's about it. Let's see. Chidoru. Chidoru's actually really good in this meta. But she just gets outshined by everyone else. But she's very good. In fact, she's so good, in my opinion, that I actually place her above Aoi. Surprisingly. I'll defend myself real quick. People might be confused why she is. I'll even go over her skills to like kind of explain myself, right? But she's actually pretty good. The reason why she just never gets used is because Iroha just is better, and if you and you'll see the whales don't need her like what she the utility that she brings, and she brings a very good kit, especially for those who have like limit breaks being like 2 or even lower, right? If you're using even limit break ones, Chiroru can actually help your Thunder team get to like can kill the fight essentially. Her main deal here is that whenever she if you look at her whole skills, her first skill here, her common skill, of course, it only has 4 uses, but she's not your main healer, right? The main thing is that she provides a 1 turn defense buff, and you will really want that defense buff. So, and the heal is minimal, but the defense buff is kind of like the reason why you want to bring her. Defense buff, as you notice, is very prominent and very strong in JP if you don't have high LBs. This skill, it may not say it here. Does it say in skill list? Maybe it does. Yeah, there it is. It will cost 0 SP if she has charge. Originally it cost 7, but if you have charge, she actually gives it costs 0 SP. Of course the 2 ways to get charge, I mean the 3 ways really, but to get charge is one is obviously you give her charge from someone else. Number 2 is if you have Yanagi, her passive is everyone starts off with charge, so she really pairs well with Yanagi. Yanagi has the thing where um, like she will increase cost +2, but she will not increase anything that costs 0 SP. So she's supposed to be paired with Yanagi in a sense. The other neat part is that her EX skill actually hits 10 times, which means that it provides a lot of OD generation and provides the party with 5 SP. So she's actually really, really powerful when it comes to. What is that? When it comes to just being like a solid unit. She's just not like the best unit, which is why I'm placing her here. Like as interesting it is, yeah, she's better than Tama in a sense because her heal is basically free in SP, and all you have to do is spam her EX. Now you're like, wait, but her EX is going to deal damage. Her charge is going to disappear. It doesn't show passives here, but we can go passives here, right? Chidoru, yep. So Chidoru passive, right? As you can see here, is every turn she has charge, the front line gets +1 SP. So she's also a SP battery, not just from her EX, but also from her passive here. Oh wait, this is LB3 though. Don't worry about that. The main thing you have to worry about is this one. LB01 is that after using any EX skill, including her SS1 EX skill or her her SS3 EX skill, is she'll provide herself charge again. So she doesn't ever lose her charge as long as you don't use any damaging skill from her once you get it. Actually, even like not even once you get it, but like in general. If you just use the EX skill, boom, she has it. This allows you to easily get her common skill to be healing for 0 SP. So that's why she's considered up here. Defense buff is really nice, builds OD, builds SP. Granted, if you do have LB3, but it's not for this list, you even get a further +1 SP for your whole front line. So very, very powerful unit. We'll go for Idia here. Solid unit, especially because of what she brings to the table, which is a defense buff for 3 turns and overheal. But that's it. So the main problem, in a sense, you can say, is that's all she does. Nothing offensive. If you are running a cut-in team, a Pierce crit team and stuff, she's actually going to be really strong on that team because all she does is keep the team alive. So overall, solid unit, not in strong. I'd say she's about like probably like a 3 or 4, like about like
Low four.
3 5, like low 4. Yeah, like low 4. Um, she's in a sense you could say that Seda is just better Idia, but without heals. Like Seda has heals, but they're really bad, and Idia's heals are tied to her defense up. So pick and choose how you feel, but Idia is still very strong. You can use her for pure crit teams and stuff like that, especially if you don't mind for other elements. Excuse me. As long as it's not ice, you can get rid of like one of your multipliers. Oh well, and she will still perform very well in that team because staying alive is kind of like the key. So yeah, she's very good. Just nothing crazy. We have Ichiko 1 we can get rid of. Ichiko 2 still decently strong. There are some JP players who use her still, but not very much. There's really no point because
So
they're
very
just better
viable.
options. But she's still viable. A lot of it has to do with the fact that she can still provide defense buff. Like I said, defense buff is such a huge deal in JP if you do not have LBs. If you have LB3, defense buff is still decent and it's not like required. But if you have LB 1s and 2s on your team and that's all you got, defense buff, defense buff, defense buff. That's like your whole entire life is healing with defense buffs. So, very strong, very prominent for that, and provides fragile, which I said before is like the biggest deal currently because you can't use orbs for that. So not bad, not amazing. I would put her as like a little bit better than Idia just because you can bring fragile, but nothing to be like, oh man, she's like amazing. But as you can see, she's not strong, but she's a very solid unit. So still solid. Seda 2 also brings defense buffs, and her main like thing is she can also bring like crit and everything. The problem is that everyone else can do what she does, but better. So she's also pretty much in this tier, but she's just worse than Ichiko because a lot of the stuff she brings can be used with orbs outside of her defense buff. So and stuff. So we're just gonna put her. I think right here is better. I think right here is good. Like she's actually very viable. You can actually use her. The main problem is ice doesn't really have a spot for her, but she's still very solid, and you can actually use her to get to like high tiers in score. Just it's not worth it, yeah, because there's better options, right? We can go to the next one since we're not trying to keep too much time and stuff like that. But Seda 3, as a defender, she kind of meh, but she deals pretty good damage. The fact that she scales off of Vit is a good thing for her because Oh, that reminds me. Chirodu also scales with Vit. I forgot to mention that. So you can actually use her for damage. Chirodu damage, I've seen like the highest someone like maxed around and everything hits like 3.2, 3.4 mil or something. Not 3.4, 3.2, 3.3 mil. I thought it was crazy. But yeah, anyways, Seda 3, very good unit, very strong unit as well. But as a defender, she kind of lacks. And her main thing is her cover, but she's just a worse cover than Aoi is. But she also doubles up as a damage dealer, so I'm just gonna place her around 2. She's okay, but she's very viable and very still very usable, just not something that like carries a team. We get rid of Britica 1, and Britica 2 is basically just not viable. You'll never
Not
see
viable.
her. Just not viable.
But is Ridica
Uh,
3 viable?
I like
Surely she's
Britica
of a good
3.
size.
She's cute. In fact, I don't know why Britica 2 is part of Defender when she's actually considered healer.
Yeah.
Just place right here. Just realize that. There we go. Okay, we'll go to our healers. Oh, wait. The always forgotten Chie one. My bad. She
She
gets to
almost
be in the
escaped from
fringe.
you.
She almost escaped from me. Did they tell you about my Chia fucking 4? God damn it.
No, I don't think so.
She's LV3 now. I want to shoot myself.
Oh, nice.
It's not oh nice. I
There's a
just
lot
want
of
to.
LVs on her.
Cry. Where's my union photo? Do I not have union? Did I not have it? Oh, I do have it. Okay, give me a sec. Let me upload the union photo. She escaped me. It's this one. Poor Chie got buffed again and can't escape. Okay, I will note. Okay, Chie's actual Chie. Wait, it's Chie 1. That's why she escaped me. We're getting rid of her. It's Chie 1. What am I doing?
Yeah, we don't need Chie.
Yeah, we don't want Chie 1. Okay, so but Chie, I'll note, is actually not bad anymore. Chie 1 upgrade was actually pretty good. Memes aside, it's actually pretty good. They lowered the cost SP by 2, so now it costs 10. And she still has her as long as she has max HP, was it? Was it that? I have to go check. It's been a hot minute. Yeah. So as long as her DP is 100 or higher, she will provide herself a half cost SP on this skill, which means it costs 5 SP. So you can fire this off right away. The best thing about this, as you can already tell, is defense up for 3 turns and provoke. Actually very solid, which is why she's also solid here, right? This is why she's like above cost and everything. Like there's so much more option for her. But outside of that, nothing. Let's go back. Um, okay. Wait, we should go over here because there is a new defender. Mua the Defender. Let's go. Red, I actually before I continue, I actually want to know your take on Mua the Defender. And then we actually have to go back by the way for Aina, but because I totally forgot about Aina. But anyways, Mua the Defender, I want to know your take.
I definitely lost all of my pulls around the time her banner was up. I don't know how that happened. She's a little bit underwhelming, but I quite enjoy using her. She makes OD for free. She's pretty good. I think she's a bit on the weak side.
Okay, so my take is actually she is a very very good unit. The problem is this is a major problem actually. Okay, the problem with her is that there's just other options. And that's the only problem. She's a defender that heals because SS1 can provide basically all the buffs you need except for crit rate.
Yep.
Crit rate? Crit rate? Can she provide
Anymore.
crit rate?
Who needs crit rate anymore? Even word for that.
No crit rate. Yeah, so she provides. So as you can see, she is one of the few characters, ta-da, that has 2 common skills, and you'll be like, why does she have 2 common skills? One of them, which is this one up here, okay, can only be used if you're not in OD. So if you're not in OD, it's just normal turn, you can use this skill. She'll provide 2 turn defense up, token, and provoke. Your standard like taunt, but with an extra defense up attached to it for like when I say extra defense up, I mean like extra turn of defense up. I think a large reason why they did that is because Mua is like her actual like base values is actually really squishy, and then for some reason I don't know why they did this. They made her stat growth just really bad on like on Vit, and so she actually is not that tanky. She's actually pretty squishy. I think the reason why is they want to give int to make her buffing stronger. That's about it. The main takeaway that you have to understand this Mo is she's actually very good on paper, but in practical use, kind of lacking a little bit, but also not. The main thing you have to understand is 2 turn defense up while having provoke. If it's gonna be 2 turns of like single target, this is actually really strong. She wants to build tokens for her EX skill, and if you don't remember her master skill, it's whenever she gets hit, she gets an extra 1 SP, once per turn, obviously. This skill here, the second common skill, can actually be used only during OD. So during OD, she actually becomes a buffer. She can give you attack buff, crit damage, like the larger crit damage even, right? And this will also provide herself with an extra turn. So she actually could like pop this off twice, and as long as she has like 16 SP, boom boom, done. We got our buffs going out. She's actually very very strong, and very like I actually think she's really good. LB3, not that that's going to be part of the calculation here, is she actually provides plus 5 SP when you put yourself in overdrive for the whole team, not just her. It's crazy. I actually think her kit is bloated. Um, so the problem is that they're just better things. Like there's other characters who could just do the same thing, right? Um, and yes, Mua would want it that way. She wants to get hit. Her EX is that she will provide overdrive with comparatively to how many tokens she has. So if you do one cast of this and then she gets hit once, that's 30% OD from using this, right? Of course, this only has 4 casts, but in current JP, like OD is very limited in terms of like how many times you can use it. So it's not a big deal. She is a very, very, very strong defender. The only thing she's missing is Mind Eye and crit rate. That's pretty. I mean, not Mind Eye. I mean, just crit rate because she also provides Mind Eye from her SS1. The problem is she needs so many casts and so much SP to like work, and she'll make a lot of turns needed. Blah blah blah. That's her literally her only downside.
Synergizes
That
very well with her master skill, at least.
Yep. So she has a lot of synergy. She's actually really powerful. That I actually am going. I keep saying actually. God, I just realized that. Self awareness. I want to put her at strong. She's, in fact, she's actually better than Tama. She's just a better Tama.
Yeah, she is just better, Tama.
She's literally just better Tama at
She
this
offers all
point.
the same
Um,
traits except for crit rate, and she does it more effectively.
I don't know if she's like that much better than Tama. Was she this much better than Tama, or she's this much better than Tama?
I would put her up,
Like
along with
here, right?
Cheeto, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, she's really strong. She's basically just Tama, but a defender. Like
Yeah, like
that's
occasionally she'll just give you a full overdrive bar for no
like
SP. It's
yeah.
I
Yeah.
think
So
that's
so
pretty good.
basically, think of it this way. You guys in EN, since I'm talking to EN players, right? Um, need less actuals and more imagines. Man, I keep saying imagine a lot too. Don't worry about it. So, imagine as EN players, you're using your Tama, but your Tama instead can taunt to get hit, and her heals are like actually doing over heals, will provide the mind die. The only thing you're not providing is crit rate, but you got everything else. And then you can provide yourself with OD. Like actually just imagine Tama be giving you basically free OD. That's Mua. She's insane. Absolutely goaded of a kid. So, overall, just better suit Tama. There we go. That's my selling point. She just better suit Tama, and I'll die on that hill any day. Uh, Lisa SS3 if debuffs exist. She's good still, but you don't ever see her because there's just better options nowadays. And you have to really you have to abuse debuffing bosses, and there aren't enough for you to feel like this is a thing. I would consider Seda just way more like and Mua more um reliable. But if there are reliable debuffs and stuff like that, I think she's just I think she's just like barely better than Sutama. I'd say about right here is good enough. Barely better than Sutama. Someone who applies debuff on an ally. I mean, there's characters that apply debuff to themselves, right? For instance, Akari 3 starts off with it, and or if you have anyone has recoil, right? They that's them debuffing themselves. So there's a lot of things that can happen. The main point is that she's just better suit Tama because you can get rid of debuffs and provide. She provides like more stuff. Her SS1 provides morale. Like there's just a lot more going for her. She's just better Sutama as well, as long as there's debuffs involved. Without debuffs involved, she's pretty meh. But if debuffs are involved, she's better Sutama. And straight up does that. Let's see. Union, Miko, blah blah. Okay, let's go on. Union 4. So Union 4, you would say like, oh man, the other unions are down here. Union 4 is like the only good union. um, in current JP, no one uses her because everyone has Diva, so you'll never you see her. But her kit is very good. Her heal is very good. She has a strong heal and stuff. She's nice to have. The only issue with her is that there's Diva. So she's not as prominent as Tama is, but she's good. Solid 5. Just the best union we got. Um, in fact, she's so good for free to plays and stuff because her field she provides an extra field, and her field doesn't overwrite the current field. It's like a field on top of the field. That will revive an ally's DP if they get broken. So she's just really good in that sense, and her heals are solid. Miko. Miko is also really strong. She's just a healer that provides a bunch of SP, and that's her only job. If she's in a Waki minion team, she is super strong. But relatively, I would put her slightly better than Yun. Just strong. She alone, it's kind of hard to gauge her because like when she's alone, she doesn't provide as much. She doesn't really show much. But when you do sit back and try to use her as part of Waki Minion, she basically goes up to like next to Seda tier of like tier 8. Like she's just that powerful, that potent. That's just something that you just work with overall. But yeah, that's just yeah where she is. Let's see. Next. Oh, by the way, if you have questions in the chat of like if I didn't explain something enough or you want to know more, like please type. I'm reading the chat. So yeah. Mua 1, we're getting rid of that because she doesn't exist. Not really, but like because we're not looking at SS1s anymore. So yay. Mua 2, worthless.
Worthless.
Absolutely fringe. No worth. Never gonna use her. That's it. Irene 3. Irene 3 is decent. The main thing about her is her heals are very limited. She's meant for short, like extremely short fights. Oh, hi Shivan. By the way, feel free to like talk as well. And chime in what your thoughts are. I don't know if you're gonna say muted, but feel free to chime in.
Oh yeah, yeah. Hey.
Yeah. I just saw you hop in. I was like, oh yeah. But Irene 3, her main thing is she's meant for very very short fights. Her main gimmick is that she can make it so anyone in the front line, if they have less than 10 SP, she will sit them straight to 10. Just like her common skill that sits them straight at 5, if not mistaken. It's 5, right? Her common skill, like the rank, S rank common skill. Am I going crazy? Irene has that, right?
Has what?
A common skill. Oh, it's
Yep,
3.
that's her
Oh,
S. It's been the game since release.
it was 3. I thought it was 5. I'm crazy. Okay. Anyways, it's like that common skill, but it's for the whole front line except for herself. It does not apply to herself. It's very very good, very strong. It can basically be not basically. It's kind of your replacement in a way, not exactly. It's like a mini replacement for like a pseudo. For Yui, if you don't have Yui from Angel Beats, she's not the strongest thing in the book, but she does see use here and there if you want to try to have like very fast fights and you don't have SPs, like your SP cost of skills aren't like crazy high, or if you're trying to use someone's SP thing and then the next turn you're gonna pop OD, so like you're just trying to make sure they have enough SP. She's actually really good for that. The other thing she has is turn-based enhance. It's just a technically a worse version of Naname's enhance. It's just the numbers are the same. The SP cost is like double or something for like no reason. I don't know why it's double, but yeah, that's pretty much it. Irene's heal for SS3. Really crazy thing is oh wait, you can't even see it. Let me try here. That you it costs 0 SP if she am I reading this right? Is this I need my glasses. Uh Wait, Red, am I reading this right? Does it say
Which
that
one?
if she's lower than 0 SP, or is it saying that if anyone is? I can't read it with without my
I thought it
glasses.
was if she was lower.
I can't read it without my glasses. I'm pretty sure she is lower. Wait, you know what? It should be here. I need my glasses, man. I don't know where they are.
I
Ally.
think it
So it's
says
her
anybody.
or
Yeah.
ally. Yeah,
No,
it's
it's anyone.
anybody. So if anybody is
Pretty
lower
nice.
than 0 SP, this skill is free. It's pretty great in that case. But yeah, I think she sits around Union level. She's very solid. You won't see her in very many scoring attack stuff, but when you do, like, it's not crazy to see that. I think Rem used her for Soul Racker, most recent Soul Racker, because he wanted to, and it worked. So I mean, like, I think he did EX5 with her or something. So like I said, like she's good overall. Higu 3. So Higu three's thing is she provides Dark Enhance, Mind Eye, and all this stuff. But Mind Eye is just so much easier to obtain nowadays. She's just not as powerful feeling because of that, should I put. So you like you might see some use in her, but you kind of rarely don't. I kind of put her around here, kind of like 4. She's not amazing, but like she's still very viable, and you just don't use her that often. I know Diva's always better than any union, but wouldn't you use her for stuff like Anachrony? Yeah, you can. That's what I mean. That's why this list is how it is, right? It's like I'm placing them with like considering how much power difference they are between each other, right? Oh, by the way, Shivan, if you're wanting to know my new scale, if you're not mistaken, like just so you understand, I'm taking away all SS1s from the list, from the tier list. There's just no reason to post SS1s. The only SS1s I'm putting are the ones that are relevant. So, for instance, like Fubuki is relevant and Yotsuha is relevant. Like, no, like there aren't very many SS1s. I think you agree with me. They're relevant.
Oh, yeah,
Um,
that makes sense. Make it less
and
crowded.
then I'm making anyone in Fringe basically like you'll never see them. And then Viable is at 1 now. So Viable used to be at like 4 or something, and now it's at 1. So it's just like
Take that
making it
as
so
2.
everyone. So I'm just like elongating the like viableness, and then anything at 6 is basically Tama 5 level or higher, right? Like she's the baseline, right? Tama 5 is still strong. Like I think you can agree with me. She's still strong. There's just way better units out there nowadays, right? Um,
Mhm.
and therefore she's the baseline of strong, right? I'm putting her as the baseline. That's what we decided. So she's the baseline of strong. So anything that is below her is just like you just don't you wouldn't feel like she's stronger than her. Anything above her is like you would feel like they're kind of stronger than her. And anything in the same area is like it's just basically about the same right? In terms of prominence. Anyways, let's go to these ones. We can get rid of Yanagi. We don't care. For Yanagi 1. So Yanagi 2 um doesn't see any prominence. Um even with her SP donate, I mean it's just mostly because Admiral's a thing. But yeah, she's basically fringe at this point. Um you need to really be able to provide a offensive thing on top of your defensive stuff to like get the ball rolling. So at this point, I think she's considered fringe. Maybe you want to have her for with her SS1 for the charge, but that's like for a very specific unit. Cough cough, Inori 2. Outside of that, fringe. So I think you guys can agree with me, Red and Shivan. It's just fringe.
Yeah,
Just gonna
no,
keep her
she's
there.
French.
Carol 2. Healer for the front line with hit count and large enhance. Really just outdated. Like, really out. Like, even when she came out, she wasn't very good. But even now, she's even worse. Can you use her in a team? Kinda, not really. I kind of want to actually put her in fringe more so than like tier 1. Um, but like I can kind of see her in tier 1, so I'm gonna put her bottom of tier 1 for now. But I think this is fair. I think this is a fair assessment. She's she technically is viable, but I wouldn't really want to use her. If you have a strong team, you could probably team 1 everything that isn't SF. Uh, yeah, that is correct. There, you can only Chia 4. By the way, Shivan, if you didn't know, my Chia 4 is LB3, and I just really, really, really just wanna throw my phone out the window sometimes because of that. Chia 4. The only thing she's good at is her heals based off of her damage on her EX, which costs tokens, and not only that, but she also is an OD generator because of 10 because she hits 10 times. So she's actually not terrible. And the thing that makes her not terrible is actually her LB3, which boop boop boop. My brain's dead. Who are we talking about again? Chie? Okay.
Yay for
Tier 3 is LB3.
Chie. Okay, is at LB3. What? What did you say, Shivan? Oh,
Yeah,
what
no,
I was
you got
talking about?
back on
Yeah.
track.
Yeah. Chie LB3. Morale. She'll provide morale every time she's an EX. Problem is it's really hard to just spam her EX. So it's something. I have used her a couple of times, and I'm not a fan. Even at EX3. Is she viable or fringe? Fringe. Just gonna put her here. I mean, a lot of the healers are fringe, to be honest. Tama
How,
3.
how does she get tokens?
What? How she get tokens? She attacks the
Yeah.
enemy, or she's every turn she gets 1 token. Outside of that, if she
Okay.
attacks the enemy, she gets tokens.
Okay.
Her common skill is SP donate, but it's like the old Koju at 13 SP and provides only 3. It's really fringe. Her only like actually she should be I'm gonna update her. I'm gonna upgrade her. She's going to be viable next to Carol because I just remembered about Chie 1 having her update on being 3-turn taunt with defense buff actually, and that also does a hit, which means she also gets um 1 token from that. So I actually think that she's technically viable because of that. I totally forgot about that. Tama 3. Shivan, have you seen the funny maxed out Tama 3 player?
No.
Okay, what score do you think she got?
uh, 2.4 million.
3.3 million.
Whoa.
The maxed out Tama 3. The main reason, guys, if you didn't know about this, is first of all, Tama 3 also still gives Invigorate. So I think is she the only one to give Invigorate now?
Yeah, Risa lost it.
Yeah,
There's
so
gotta be like one more who gives it. It's just those two.
would it be considered Invigorate or Fighting Spirit here? A little bit fighting. Okay.
Here it is. No one else.
Yep. So she's the only one to provide Invigorate. I was like trying to remember what the name was in the end. But yeah, so Invigorate now in JP, which does stack on top of morale. So not only can she get morale with plus 70, but she can also make everyone get to plus 50, but she can also get everyone to plus 70 stats, which is kind of insane and kind of funny. Just funny note. But yeah, she hits like a truck because she's int scaled, right? Like pure int. So she actually hits like a truck, comparatively to what you expect. Anyways, is she good? The thing is, before is she was considered bad for one reason and one reason alone, because Suit Tama was in your team. The fact that Suit Tama is not in your team anymore, she's actually not terrible, but there's no reason to use her outside of being a damage dealer nowadays. So I'm gonna place her where I think she should go, and that is she is still viable. I think this is fair. No matter how much I hyped her up just now, this is where she lands. I think Red and Shivan can agree with me that she lands
I
here.
mean,
But
she's viable.
but like she does damage. It's kind of cool. She actually is a decent damage dealer because anyone who does a single stat scaling is pretty good right now. Tama 2, Risa no debuff, and Risa 3. Everyone underneath this, we all know where they should go, and I don't need to talk about them. I don't think we need to talk about them. I think they just go here, okay? This is the most fair thing I can do. There we go. So, as you can see, the healer class is kind of dead. Most of them are fringe. To sum it up,
I thought Arisa 3 was viable for some teams.
no debuff. There's no debuffs involved. If there's no debuff, she's fringe. She's up here, by the way. With if there's debuffs involved, Shivan. You just came in before, yeah. You came right after that. Like we talked about that. So, yeah. Don't worry, you're fine. Just timing. Okay. We're gonna go to our what was this called? Is this utility? Yeah. Oh wait, we have over here. We had another healer, didn't we? Britika 3! New healer? Was she considered healer?
She must
Wait.
be. She heals. What else should she?
Yeah, she's considered a healer. I mean, does she really heal though?
I mean, after battle, she heals. Is she really ice? Says
Yeah,
she
because
is.
this is because it applies only to ice. All
I
her
know.
like stuff that's ice.
Why?
Anyways,
Would she be too good if she don't apply to everyone? Seems like an odd restriction.
you know, beats me. Beats me. Ritsuka 3, is she good? Well, let's go over her stuff because she's actually one of the newest units to come out. Her main thing is that she's built for wave battles, or for dungeon. If your team is ice, everything about her is like kind of hard scale to ice. LB0 passive after victory, right? Yay, we won. Everyone gets 100% DP increase. There's no overheal, it's just 100%. So everyone goes back to full. Granted, you were not broken, right? And they have to be ice. Her we're not talking about this one. Her LB3 is that after victory, everyone gets plus 3 SP. Woo! Clap, 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 clap. Nothing crazy, but honestly, it's kind of unique. I like it. Thumbs up. Her buff is Curry buff, the newest buff available. Sadly, I'm pretty sure I haven't confirmed this, but so I might be wrong, but I am assuming she is additive 50% damage dealt. I will confirm with Rem and others later, but I'm pretty sure this is 50% additive. And it recovers your DP by 10% of damage dealt. So this buff is a permanent buff, if I'm not mistaken. Um, Shivan, do you know what this one is? I
I
think you
think
got her
it's
right,
for the
or did
battle.
you not?
I haven't used her.
Okay,
But so I think it's permanent for the battle, but it might also be like for a dungeon run, but I don't know.
okay. If you can, I don't know if you have time right now. If you can kind of test that, hee hee, thumbs up. Maybe not. That'd be cool.
I could try.
Okay, yeah. But yeah, overall, oh yeah, and passive. After victory, recovers all skill uses. I don't actually know if it's everything because I didn't watch the stream, but hey, uh, for ice element styles, I don't. This is applies to all element styles. It doesn't say all ice skills, does it? No, it doesn't. It just says style. Okay, so I'm pretty sure needs to be tested still, guys. So I might be wrong. It applies to all their skills as long as it's not a heal or a limited skill, right? How good is she in score attack? Pretty bad. Score attack, she's trash. For wave battles, I actually think she's pretty good. If I had more currency, I might have pulled for her, to be honest. The only problem is ice is kind of bad right now, so it's kind of a weird spot. Um, and for her to bring nothing else but this, and of course her SS1 being a hit count of 10 and attack down and like parameter down and all, like there's a bunch of debuffs attached to it. Not that bad. Provides a heal with the defense up, just like her SS1 brings. Just like EDS. So not a bad style. Does that make her like a style that is meta? No, I don't think so. But will that make her go into like? Do I want to put her into fringe? I kind of don't think so, but she's also very niche. I think I'm gonna put her like in the same box as here. I think she is viable, just not in score attack. But that's not gonna be said here. That's just gonna be said in the voice chat. So, yeah, um, that's it. Everyone else is deleted because they're SS1s. So, bye bye. This one's another SS1. So we're just gonna get rid of that. Mega SS1, yay. Utility users. Oh yeah, you know what? We should also go over here because I totally forgot. We did elemental debuffers and we forgot to talk about the new hyena. No.
And
Um,
also the new the new Mia, right? For elemental buffer.
she's utility. I put her
Okay,
utility. She's more
fair
utility
enough.
because you've seen her whole like her whole passive thing. That's a utility, dude.
Yeah,
Yeah.
when it
Iena
works.
4. Iena 4 is one of the newer units that came out. Yay! She's so cute. That's pretty much it. Uh, anyways, her kit is actually very, very solid. If you don't actually know the numbers, she's the only one who can allow Thunder. I mean, who can allow a team to hit very high score without cut in a general sense. Um, in fact, there are teams where using her instead of cut unison cut is actually more damage. Believe it or not. So, as the only one who can beat out Karen, she should go into triple S tier. I'm just kidding. No. She's just viable. She's very, very good. I mean, not just like barely viable, but like she's really strong. Her kit essentially is you can select an ally, doesn't matter who, and that ally will deplete all of their SP. I mean, all their DP but one, and their overdrive gauge. The overdrive gauge will fill by 50%. Very solid skill. Her if you do it the second time, it's only 25%. So this thing costs 7 SP. It's pretty expensive. Her LB0 passive is that her debuffs will be stronger. God, something's in my throat. Let me get some water. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay. Hopefully this is good. Sorry, guys. Needed that water. Might even need more. She will basically provide herself with additional more um, uh, defense down, and that's only during the downturn. It didn't show up here. That's why I was like going back and forth because I was like, wait, wasn't it only during downturn? I read here, it's only during downturn. So, when the enemy's on their downturn, her defense down effects go up by 25%, which actually makes her debuffs really, really potent. Her stat spread is actually pretty good for defense down. Very much geared into the int category. So if you do max her out to LB4, she's really, really scary. Her LB3, she'll increase how much DR buildup she'll do by 50% as long as there's a downturn. Why is the downturn showing up here, but not here? Rem? Rem? At Rem? Aina LB0 doesn't say in the what do you call it when it pops up? Is it just called a pop-up? In the pop-up? That it is during downturn. Yeah. Anyways. EX skill. So this is if you're not in downturn, but you'll basically only use this when it's in downturn. If the enemy is downed, she will provide an 8-hit with DR of 28, provide 2 turns of defense down and 2 turns of thunder defense down. Now, the cool part about her kit, this is my opinion really, is that she actually deals a decent amount of damage to the point that you can actually break with her. I would kind of place her just to be a better, a better version of what's it called? Of Maki 2. She's just better Maki 2 in general. Um, less damage, but like the SP cost is very low, and if she is a downturn, the SP cost is 0. Like if Maki 2 had this type of kit, she would actually be good. That's the difference between the two, right? But yeah, 8 hit, meaning building DR is not that bad. You have 28 DR on this. She's very, very strong in your debuff range, stuff like that. I personally value her very greatly, but in JP, if you did some research, you probably didn't see her being used, and that's because it's not as easy. Um, how do I veer her? Like place her? I place her like straight up right here next to Miko Isuzu. In fact, I would say she's better than them. So I'm gonna move down like this. She is better than them. Not as good as the Overriders, but really strong as a debuffer. Just that you won't use her as often, just because there's only one situation where you would use her over Cotton, and that is you're using Carol. And imagine having LB4 Carol.
So the curry buff does last the whole battle for everybody, but then it resets when the battle's over.
Okay, that's fair. Not a bad skill. Pretty good. Thanks for testing for us, Shivan.
Yeah,
Um,
it's funny. It has 6 uses, but for a normal battle, you'd only use it once, I think.
uh-huh. I mean, that's why it's funny, but it's like a, I don't know, it's a weird skill in that sense. Um, utility. Let's see. We'll add the utility girls later. Um, I'll let you know real quick who the new utilities are. Utility number one, Mia Farfire, really strong utility for fire. Granted that you can use her in a team of only fire and still score really, really high, ridiculous high. Just you won't hit top numbers, but she's crazy. The other utility is Cotton, Unison Cotton. You probably heard a lot about her. She's just an absolute unit. And sure, some people may say that she made the game a little boring or she's a little too overpowered, but in my opinion, she's so much fun. I don't mind it. Oh no. I like things that ruin the game. Nah. Anyways, let's go to our utility here. Uina 5. Probably still one of the best utilities in the game. Due to the mere fact that she builds DR AoE. She provides tokens for everyone. She provides a whopping 130% crit damage for light for no reason. Um, and yeah, she just does a little bit too much for her kit. And so therefore she is as expected, still top of the utility list. Does she generate enough to be at like, higher than everyone else? Not exactly. I'd say she's about like right here, alone, in the same spot, tier 8, top of the top as utility, especially for especially for light. Actually, only for light. We're going down the list here. Aina 2 pretty much sees no use anymore, but that's because there are better things to use than her. But does that make her bad? No, but her utility isn't as prominent, and you don't see her as much. A lot of it has to do with her debuff values being lower, or she just does too much damage. That's another one. So if you don't know about her kit, she does a lot of damage. So she'll kill the boss when you're trying to set up. That's why like top brass players, you like never see her be used because she'll just kill the boss. Too much talking. I'm just like so much stuff in my throat. Anyways, the difference between Yuina and Aina 2 is pretty drastic nowadays. But yeah, Aina 2 is still good. You just don't see her be used because there's just better options in her in the top of the top. But she's still good. Um, Going next is Bungo as utility. Pretty much has died with the damage changes, and especially with the OD changes. She's still good for utility, just not as prominent. I'm probably, especially at OD1, I don't think she's that good. OD1, I mean LB2, because she doesn't have her LB4 passive. I want to place her at tier 5. I think this is a fair assessment. What do you think, Shivon, as someone who you max LB Bungo, right? Shivon, you're one of those people, right?
Yeah, yeah. Her OD is a
Yeah,
good boon.
yeah, it still does its thing. Just that the LB4 passive is way more important now for her to do her thing, and LB2 is just it's just not enough. I think
But
this
she's
is where she
still.
would be placed.
I think she has too much overlap with Eunice and Karen, but she's good at breaking, and then she has an extra downturn if you break with her,
Yeah,
or
but I
anyone.
don't. Yeah, I don't think she's that prominent. I think this is a good place to place her for like her as a utility unit. Like if you only purely use her as utility, I think this is like the place to play her, essentially. Like she's just. I think the OD nerf kind of not nerf, but the OD change for like how much you can spam it is just kind of hurt her a bit, you know. Um, I might move her, but who knows? Kuda's dead, so we're just
Yep.
gonna move to dead. Because the only thing she provides is some
Fields.
SP and a field, and fields are dead. So Kuda is dead. I'm sorry for all the Kuda lovers. She's dead. Absolutely roasted.
But
Um,
surely her new SS3 will fix her and make her viable again,
yeah, when it
right?
when Dungeon comes out, smiley face, thumbs up.
Did you
Right?
did you mention the field being additive now? So that's kind of why
Mm-hmm.
she's so less
Yep.
powerful. Okay.
Yep. Koju 3. Now you basically never see her. Um, you probably should still never see her. Uh, but morale is now good, but the rest of her kit kind of just exists. Being able to produce her SS1 is still viable because of like the debuff prowess being stronger is such a big deal nowadays in a sense of that's like the main way to increase your debuff outside of whaling. So not bad. Increases your tankiness by providing morale, which is a huge deal. I kind of put her on strong. I don't think she's that prominent, but I also don't think she's the same tier as Tama. I think putting her as like lower tier 6 is the most viable, like the most like acceptable place to place her. I don't think she's like so bad that you wouldn't place her there, but like she also isn't so amazing. I also think that this like when we're talking about this, you have to understand that we're not talking about her having her new ist style SS4 common skill, because if you had that, I think she's like tier 7, right? She's actually pretty solid if she had that, but she doesn't. So I think this is like the best place to place her. Yep, that's where I'm at. We what do we got next? Yuina 4. Yuina 4, her main thing was building DR, building OD, and being able to do extra turns. Especially because that allowed you to do the fights really fast. Sadly, you can just do it fast without that now. So utility kind of not there. Um kind of not as crazy anymore. Do I think she is terrible now? No, but you don't see her rise into prominence anymore. Um, in fact, it's to the point that when she does come out in EN, I even said this before, even like she kind of got cast out on the side. I don't really recommend rolling for her unless you really like Yuina and you like Yuina Unison. Um, or you're like a giant whale, or if you like to do CT, hell, probably the style for you. Otherwise, not really. Um, she's still strong, but like on the lower end. I think this is I think she's like worse than Bungo at this point in terms of what she can do. I think this is like an okay place to put her. What do you think, Reddit Shivon? Like I think this is it's okay. I think this is about right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
like they're about equal to Bungo in terms of like how useful they are as a yeah. Now the big biggie, Yuki Unison. Her utility went from like just good to like amazing. Now, I'll explain because of how the changes worked. But because border's now 750 and it's really hard to hit 750, Yuki is just really, really good. What? Oh, real. Sorry. Because she provides hacking, a debuff that will decrease stats by 100. This means that like your debuffers can hit max value, if they're max LB and stuff, just from the single use of this, things like that. If you build her into becoming, more scaled into luck, it's not too terrible scaling, but it's not that amazing for scaling. But overall, not a bad unit. Pretty good unit in terms of debuffing for fragile because it honestly doesn't really matter, and you can get a lot away with a lot due to this hacking. The other thing that is cool but not exactly needed um, is her passive. Well, this will actually pair very well with Karen, where you can increase the downturn by 1, and of course this can be moved to any Yuki possible, but the main point is it got buffed. It used to say that this can only be applied when she breaks, and now if anyone breaks, it's an extra turn, right? So, extra break turn. So very powerful, very good. Her other skills are not too crazy anymore. For instance, this one is if you break the uh, the enemy, then the front line gets +5 SP at max. Like this is pretty good stuff. Her main point is that this right here is really good. The other really good part of this is that the turn after the downturn, because the stats are decreased, the boss will deal significantly less damage. So overall, where does Yuki go? She is really powerful to the point that I am going to place her as the best utility support currently, in my opinion, in the game. I think she's not the best, but she's one of the best. I want to move this like this. The best is obviously someone we're about to mention soon, but not yet. But yeah, I think personally she is second best utility support in the game, just due to the fact of what she does. You can use her on any team, but she's mostly for fire, dark, and pierce crit teams. Red Shivon, you can add it if you want and chime in.
Yeah. She got a relevant master skill too. Good for her.
Yep. I don't know if
Free
Shivon wanted to
SP.
add in.
Who doesn't love free SP?
Did you want to chime in, Shivon? Or are you just gonna don't worry about it? Yuki just being
No.
the second best support. Not support, the second best utility in the game.
Yeah.
Maybe when we get more ways to combat a high border, she'll drop down a bit. But for now, she can stay there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't have ways to
I
come
mean,
at high border, so
we have new accessories coming in 2 weeks. Those might
we don't
change
even know what they
everything.
do. We don't know what they do. Oh no.
They make
Anyways,
us grind dungeon again.
hey, let me just delete these SS ones. Except I'll leave Iwasawa, even though she's dead in the ditch. Aina's gone. Yui should stay. I'm trying to like figure it out. Yeah, everyone's else is good. Okay. Fubuki. Fubuki is her utility is building OD really quickly due to being able to sacrifice her SP, her DP for OD. Very good stuff. Very strong stuff. That's why she is also your main damage dealer, is because not only does she deal super stupid amounts of damage, she also is able to bring a lot of utility to her team. Is it enough for me to say her utility is better than Bungo and Yuina and Koju? To be honest, yes, because you build not only a whole OD bar if you use her skill twice, but she also can bring in defense down and fragile, as well as what's it called in EN?
Enfeeble.
Enfeeble. So Enfeeble will decrease the parameter of the enemy, the border, by 20. Most of the time, like 99% of the time, it won't do anything. Of course, this will only be applied during OD, but hey, it's better than nothing, and so if it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter, but if it matters, it matters. Like there are cases where it would, and cases wouldn't win. So, my take is utility is so good that I think she should be probably like right here, tier 7. Um, just because building OD, doing all the debuffs and all that stuff, it's just crazy work in terms of utility. So, boom, rank 7, tier 7. If you guys want to refute, go ahead.
Nope, that seems fine.
Okay. Ibaru-chan. Outside of SP donating, she really doesn't do much anymore. And building a bit of OD. She is, as a utility, barely viable. In fact, probably just fringe. So I'm just gonna put her fringe. Her utility is basically dead. I don't really want to. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Akari too. Her utility is building crazy amounts of OD. If she breaks, and it's very easy for her to break nowadays. But she's also very niche because the times that you want to use that is not so common anymore. Um, I wouldn't put her strong just because due to her nicheness, but she is still very good. I'm gonna place her probably like right under Bungo and Yuina because when she is good, she's like way good. But when she isn't, she's just kind of just there. So you don't really need her to break anymore because technically there's someone else who can do breaking and build nearly just as much OD as her. That's the newest unit, yay! But she's still very good. But her main job was kind of pseudo taken, but by a side, in technically a side grade, not side grade, but like a not so good as grade on terms of building OD, but pretty much that's everything else. Akari 3. The queen of, hey, whenever I use a skill, I build a crazy amount of OD. Since OD looping is not as is not a thing anymore, her value has dropped significantly, unfortunately, in JP. You basically just don't see her in any team anymore. When before she was in a very like high tier because she can help you do looping, create crazy loops. Nowadays, her utility is nice. Brings a good amount of DR building. OD building is really good too. Don't get me wrong. But if you're only using her for that and not increasing your damage, it kind of just feels like what's the point? But she's still very viable. I am probably being kind of mean, but I think she fits tier 2 with what she does. I don't know how Red and Shivan feel, but I think this is a pretty fair assessment of where she kind of stands at the moment because of
Yeah,
what
no
she used to
strong
do got
feelings.
nerfed.
She's
What?
fine. Still, no strong feelings. She's fine.
Yeah, like I said, she's still above, like way above viable in a sense. Not way above, like slightly above viable. That means that she's very usable. She just doesn't do what she needs to do anymore. Like comparatively, like it's just really hard like to work that out. Yuki 4. Super break. Woo! I don't think she's that bad. I just don't think there's a place for her in a team. So she is going to sit probably at viable, just bottom of viable. She's not bad, but because there's already something that can do what she does but better, and they can be additive, by the way. Super break and super down can be additive. It's just not. It's additive, so it's not as good. It's pretty much how it goes. UD2 pretty much sits in the same boat, but actually can build DR, so slightly better than Yuki. So probably better than Akari. So I'm gonna put her here. Like that's the main difference between Yudi and Yuki is Yudi's one actually she can build DR. And that's about it. Um, Hisame. If you are a Hisame lover, I have seen scores of Hisame lovers dealing, getting scores of 3.2 mil. Go ahead and max her out if you really want to, but you don't really need to. Utility wise,
You
gives.
still gone.
Hmm?
Holy dude, you keep doing this. Like every few months, I pop into the call, and your file just keeps getting bigger and
Uh,
bigger.
uh, uh,
Last time I saw it, it was
I
like
see.
it wasn't.
It, yes, it
You,
always does. Anyways, Simon, if you can, like, mute for now. I'm going through a stream. It's, like, on a stream. You can type, though. Go ahead and type. Anyways, um, I am going to place her. Who was I talking about? Where was I? Hisame 3. Um, her utility Macy is just plus 5 SP for the team she breaks. Not so crazy. I don't really think she's fringe, but as like a support, she's pretty fringe. I'm just placing her as fringe. As a damage dealer, she definitely is not fringe, but as utility, she's basically fringe. You don't really see a point place for that. Yui has some use recently, mostly to do with just fast clears because she can help with fast clears. I don't see her being strong, but she is in this like bracket around here. I think she has more use in Akari and about the same use about like Bungo and Yuina. Um, in fact, Akari, I think I'm like putting her too high. I think I'll place her right here. I think this is better. Yeah, I think this is probably a good place to put. Yeah, so Yui about as good as Yuina and Bungo in terms of usefulness, in terms of what she can do. If you don't know what she does, she's only there for EX skill, which will provide everyone with the ability to become 31X, aka they can go in debt for 3 turns, but technically it's only 2 turns because you can only go in debt for when you have the buff, and you can only have the buff. Like you only actually hold the buff for like 2 turns, so it's effectively 2 turns. Okay. Yuki 5, she's dead. Yuina 2, she's dead. Iwasawa and Duka 2, dead. They're all dead. In fact, all the ones over here are dead. So we're just gonna place all of them here because they are no one uses them. There's no reason to, and you don't need to worry about any of them because they're not good. Okay, there's there. I think this is a fair assessment, right? For utility,
Yep.
we got yep. Okay, so we're gonna go to our new utilities that are out. Mia,
Hooray.
our newest unit, and one of the cooler units. I think this is one of their best units they've produced in terms of like uniqueness. I don't know how you guys feel, Red and Shivon, but in my opinion, I think this is like one of the most unique and coolest units they've ever released. Too bad she was only meta for like half a patch. Like super meta for like half a patch. But she's still good. Just RIP because Cotton did Cotton things. Anyways, um, what does she do? What makes her unique? Number one thing is her LB0 passive. She actually heals the team with for 30% of their DP. I mean, not team, but the front line for 30% of their DP. So this is interesting in a way, because well, what can I say? Using an EX skill provides 30% DP for the front line. It's just a flat amount, right? Just a unique thing here. LB3 is that the higher stacks you have her passive, you will give the party plus 5 SP if you are at max stacks. So this means that if you're a Hyper Whale and you have LB3 of her and you have 6 fire units, everyone will start with 5 more SP. So everyone's like basically at what 13 or 12 SP at the beginning of battle. Kind of nuts. Her EX passive. right? It's just it's not a common skill. It's only be used on her, right? Is the party fire mark, which essentially increases. I mean, it's a buff given to all fire units. They have to be fire styles in the team, and then it will increase the amount per enemy. I mean per ally that's fire. So it will always have level 1 because she's level 1, right? And let's say you have like 4 fire units, then you have all 3 of these. I mean all 4 of these. So you'll have skill damage increase 30, reduces damage taken 10, increases DR rate by 10, crit rate by 30%. And now if you have all 6, you'll also have these two included, right? Crit damage 30%, and then start of turn recovers 1 extra SP in frontline. So frontline will always get plus 1 SP every turn. This is why I consider her a utility, because she just has a bunch of utility going on in this passive alone, not even EX related. And if you do have all 6 and you do have LB3, everyone starts with +5. So she's an insane unit all around, depending on how much fire units you're using. Her EX skill will provide all fire units with turn-based Mind Eye, right? Really strong, hits a single target 8-hitter. The damage is actually pretty strong, but the main part is her DR is pretty good. It's sitting at a 20, and this thing also increases that DR rate by 10%. So she can give Mind Eye with this, give you 8 hits of OD with 20 DR, and heal you for 30% for your front line, all in one time. Now this is 6 SP. You just need to note that with 4 stacks, aka 4 of these, aka 4 fire units on your team, this will cost 8 SP instead of 16. So this should always be like you could basically fire this off turn 1. Like it's crazy. Uh, not turn 1, but like turn 1 if you have all 6 fire units. So depending on how well you are, she gets better, essentially. Um, is she OP? No, but she's also just really, really good. You sadly don't use her often because 2 of her jobs were taken away. Especially what her most convenient feature was taken away immediately, which is the fact that she can provide DR. So that's why you don't see her being used. But hey, if you didn't have that character, she's really good. Mia 4 actually, in my opinion, sits at the bottom of tier 8. But that is also including the fact that we are expecting you to run a decent fire team. You don't have to have all 6. We're expecting you to run 4, right? If you don't have all 4, she's definitely more lower, right? But otherwise, I will probably place her at bottom of tier 8. And she's just not used because the next unit we're about to talk about, which is like the top utility support in the game. But yeah, Red and Shivan, if you have any takes of Mia for like if she should be higher or lower, let me know. But I think this is a very fair assessment where she should be.
Yep, that's where I would put her.
I did not get her yet.
I mean, even if you didn't get her yet, like you can kind of have an idea of where she would be placed, right? Like
yeah,
she's about here.
She definitely seems very desirable.
Yeah. Now we're gonna talk about the absolute monster, Karen, because she is part of the utility. She is the de facto absolute best utility support in the game. In fact, she's probably like the best unit in the game right now. I probably am gonna put her either here or here. What do you guys think? Like 9, top of 9, lower 9, upper 9, lower 9. I think lower 9, right? Because the difference between her and her LB, like her being LB2 and her being LB4 is like night and day. So I think I'll put her lower 9. So lower 9. New Cotton is an absolute an absolute unit. She has changed the game by a lot. If you don't have her versus having her, it's a big deal. As you might have guessed, if you have her, it allows you to basically run any kind of comp you really want and still reach all the rewards as long as you have all the buffs you need and debuffs you need. You can run any damage dealer, you can run anything, and it doesn't fucking matter. That's the main deal, right? About Cut 6 is she's so powerful as a unit that she allows you to run any team comp, even ones that have like current EN player only comp plus Cut 6 to replace one like your blaster or whatever. Yeah, she will allow them to hit 2.3 mil. Like that's all you need, and she will allow you to hit that like it's nothing. So, even if you like, I mean, we're pretending that if you are a free to play player in EN, that you've somehow randomly got those characters to Limit Break 2 or 3, right? All of them. And then you get Cotton 6, and she's LB2. Yeah, you're probably hitting like 2 mil, maybe 2.3 mil barely, right? And that's just how strong Cotton 6 is. So, yeah, that's the amount of utility she brings. We'll kind of go over a kit a little bit. I'll just go through skill list, right? Because it's easier this way. But you go through, you can basically swap between two styles of her, right? You can go through Karerin or Karen, and Karen will allow you to super down, which is basically super break, but it will set the enemy's maximum DR. I mean, set their DR to max, and then further increase it by 300%. It'll be 8 hit, and this thing will break most DP pretty easily as long as you have decent buffs and maybe even one debuff. Only when bosses like the current boss in JP, they have like what 35 defense or something on that thing on like from the very beginning. That makes it harder to break, but like outside of that, nothing crazy. Her the Karerin form will be a 10 hitter, and that will basically deal more damage, slightly more damage, but the main part of it is that the DR rate is 37.5, which is nuts. It's the highest in the game. And this thing costs 0 SP if the enemy's super downed, which means they have to have this, right? The main thing to note is that like this character makes it so your team needs to kill during that super down time. You can't really do it otherwise, and so it becomes very important that you apply super down and then like get their DR to maximum and then kill them. You don't actually have to kill on the turn that you break um break the enemy, because the thing is that if the enemy like I don't know how to put it, but like basically you have to kill the enemy on the turn that they're downed, or else you lose this. So it makes the fights really fast, and yeah, you save a lot of turns. There's just too much going on for her kit. So yep, she is top utility. That's why Mia's not being used. Otherwise, Mia would be used. Admirals. Which one should we talk about first? It's up to Shivan. I'm gonna have him count. I'm gonna have him say stuff.
Oh, Owie. I mean, there's only two.
Okay. Yeah, I know. We'll go with Aoi first. Okay. So, Aoi is still an extremely strong admiral. I personally value her incredibly highly. Sadly, most people would have heard, "Oh no, like you need to run Yanagi now because every team in JP runs Yanagi." I'll have you know, not everyone can survive with Yanagi. So if we're talking about limit break 2, which means that you can actually break on turn 1 with just limit break 2 flat. You can ask Shiva on here, you can ask Red here. They will tell you the same thing. Anyone in their team that is like limit break 2 flat, like they don't have extra levels, they just have like the basic limit break 2 flat. There's no bells involved. More often than not, by turn after turn 1, if they're in the front, they get hit, they die. Like they're broken, like immediately. um, if you don't realize that that is a thing and you don't want to prepare against that, like you have to realize that having to try to figure out how to navigate your way through that is actually pretty difficult, especially if you don't have LBs. This is why I personally deem Aoi a better unit than Yanagi in more cases than not for many accounts. But that's depends on your account as well. Admiral Aoi is one of the most powerful units in the game, just because she's able to provide um, a revive for DP, um, provide 100% OD, and provide her SS1 EX. All the extra stuff that she brings is nothing crazy. Sure, you can say, oh, 100% crit rate's crazy. Sometimes you don't really want that. Sometimes you want that. It just depends on the fight, depends on the enemy, depends on your team. But overall, it's not a big deal for more cases than not. So my opinion is I like Admiral Aoi a lot. I think she's very powerful, and I think she should sit at top of 8 because she is that strong of a unit. It just depends on how you want to use the rest of your team, right? She just makes your team so much better in terms of like what they can do. She herself will only protect the team, but outside of protecting the team, she allows your team to do more, right? To do better. So I personally am going to keep Aoi being above Yanagi. Contrary to most people's belief and how they feel, I think this is where they're at LB2. I don't know how Shiva and Red feel about this, but this is just how I feel. That like overall, sure, Yanagi is used more than Aoi. You'll see that probably in a lot of the score attack stuff. But realistically, like unless you're high spender or whatever, Aoi is just much easier to use for the most part. And if you're not running Karen, you're definitely not running Yanagi if you are like low LBs.
Yeah, Aoi's practical. Yanagi is just for optimizing. But she's very hard to use. You need like to be a whale basically to take advantage of her.
Surprised Aoi isn't SSR after the changes. No, I don't think I'm surprised. I didn't think she would be. Like I didn't think they would change her. It doesn't mean anything. Um, are they not close enough to be equal, or do you just not want another column? Um, I just don't want another column. Um, and as well as Aoi is actually practical. Yanagi is not practical. I personally am not a big fan of Yanagi, but Yanagi is one of those people that you can say is used because the whales use them, right? And if you do run Karen and she's your main damage, or if you're running Pierce Crit, and you can run Yanagi. If you run like any kind of elemental stuff, um, you and you don't have Karen, you're probably like 9 times out of 10 you're running Aoi, right? Like think of it this way, right? It's like how practical is a unit if you have to pair it with someone else, right? Um, Before Karen came out, I actually took off Yanagi from my team during the first 40-35 what was it called? The first 40-35 score attack because she was not practical to be used. Like you could not use Yanagi unless you were like Novi level whale. Like it was just not practical. You'd be dying too fast, like because like you barely getting to turn 6 or 7 to like go for the kill maybe because you broke at like turn 4 or 3. Like those were how the fights worked, right? And now you break at like turn 3 and turn 4 you kill, right? So Yanagi is more practical in that sense if you're running Karen because of that. But if you do not have Karen, it is incredibly, incredibly hard to justify running Yanagi. Like, period. It's just not practical. It is more practical to run Aoi plus Seda or Aoi plus Mua. That's basically your go-to, right? You're running Aoi plus Seda or Aoi plus Mua, right? So you have Aoi and you add Seda or Aoi or Mua or something along those lines as your combo, and you can hit 2.3 mil with that. It's not the easiest thing in the world, but you can. But that's like I said, Karen changed the dynamic. If you run Karen, Yanagi is your go-to girl because you can actually make use of it. And you can only make use of it if your units are either, right, running Pierce crit, so you can actually run a defender or something to make sure you don't die in the first couple turns, or you can run um what's it called again? What was I saying? Oh yeah, or you're running like a team of like limit break 4s, limit break 3 4s. Like I don't know how cause like Shivon, Shivon and I have pretty similar LBs. I don't know how. I mean, I don't know if he even ran Yanagi during the first 40-35 score attack. Did you, Shivon?
No,
No, right?
no. She just brings up the cost of everything so much that you need a bunch of SP
Yeah.
sources to make it practical.
Yeah, so like Shivon and I, we run a lot of LB3s in our team. Like to put in perspective, we have a lot of LB3s. We have very handful of LB4s, but most of our units are LB2 and 3. Is that correct, Shivon, for you? Like that's for me. It's like threes,
Yeah,
twos and threes.
that's right.
Yeah, so most of our units are like 2s and 3s, and we're telling you, as people who only hold a bunch of LB2s and 3s, and those 2 and 3s, by the way, also have Daphnes, especially for Shivon's. I've seen his, right? Yanagi is not practical to use. It's just not practical. The only time you run Yanagi is now practical for LB2 and 3 accounts is if you're running Karen 6. Otherwise, not practical. So that's just a little note to add, which is why Aoi is above Yanagi. But you'll see Yanagi being used in like all the score attacks in JP, and a lot of that has to do with the mere fact that um, that uh, Kaden 6 allows you to do that. If you do not have Kaden 6, you cannot run Yanagi unless you are like a Leviathan. That's just how it is in JP right now. So if anyone's like saying like in chat in EN side saying, "Oh no, like why is like in the tier list like Aoi is higher than Yanagi?" It's because she's way more practical. That's just how it is. I totally forgot, by the way, of the DR characters, even though like all of them are just
Irrelevant
here
because
now.
Karen exists.
So we're actually
Goodbye.
no, that's wrong. Koju is relevant. Koju's the only relevant one. So let me fix this up real quick, okay?
Sure. Okay.
Actually no wait. Inori also is relevant. Inori and Koju are the only relevant ones. Everyone else is irrelevant. Let me like get everyone to be. Oh wait, actually this is SS1. She's already irrelevant for being SS1. Byako, Karen, to these are all Kanata. Uh, that Kanata is viable, but not enough for me to talk about her. Kanata is viable, just not enough for me to talk about her. Okay, and then we can delete you, and then Inori 3 is also here, and Koju 4 is the only like actually truly viable blaster nowadays, and she sits probably like 4 or 5, huh? That's what I think. 4. We'll go over Koju real quick. Why I say that. Koju. So Koju is a very interesting unit. Main thing you have to understand is that she is an AoE unit, 8 hits. DR is actually pretty nice, but she's a blaster with HP scale, 50% HP scale. It's AoE. If she has 6 tokens, this thing costs half instead of 16. It costs 8, and it actually requires her to, like, if you do have 6 tokens, you can finally use this skill. I don't know why it's locked behind that, but you can. That's how it works. And when you have 6 not tokens, morale. Sorry, my bad. Morale. When you have 6 morale, um, you can use a small hit count, right? And it double stacks. Very good standalone unit, meaning that you actually don't need Ruka on your team to use her. If you do run her, you can actually just run with her with Aoi and make use of both of these, and you're fine. Or if you have another character that can build morale up to 6 at least, right? So there's a bunch of things that you can do to work around this, and she's viable because, well, um, outside of score attack, you can actually use her for stuff. And when her passives are like when she kills or something, she gets morale or stuff like that. I think she also gets like skill use back, if not mistaken. Oh wait, no, 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 no. Oh wait, it was that if. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. If she has, if she has 6, um, she refunds, so you can actually keep using this forever. Very strong kit in general, but just not for score attack. But overall, very strong, very good. Like, it's something you should like. It's actually not a bad unit. That's why she's in tier 4, because you can actually work around a lot of things with her, unlike the others. Yeah, take care, Ancient. For damage dealers, we're now in damage dealers. I will note before we start on damage dealers that due to Karen, technically speaking, all damage dealers are now viable. But in this list, what we're going to note is things that are viable due to, well, like how much they bring to the table, right? We're not going to talk about anything else. It's like, what do they bring to the table that makes them good? And so if anything is infringe, it really doesn't mean that they cannot be used ever. It just means that it's just not worth your time and effort to deal with it, to use them. That's all it means, right? But yeah, that's my little caveat, and we can get started. Delete. Okay, so boop 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 boop. We'll start with Conan 6, just because she's just there. Are LB4 SS1 attackers good to use since they're easy to get limited breaks for? No. It just depends. I wouldn't say yes completely. It just depends. Whatever gets you more stats is better. Because technically speaking, if you have LB4 SS1 and LB3 SS2, you're probably going to use SS2. Because they're equivalent stat with the SS, getting the 10% plus. The 10% plus from an SS1 cannot be applied to the SS1. It gets applied to all other SS. So WFS made it so you want to make LBs, like you want to get LBs on your SS1, so all your other SSs get 10% more. What is this that Rem put? But yeah. Anyways, we'll start with Conan 6 because she's just here, right? Conan 6 as a damage dealer is amazing. and I'm gonna put her basically top of tier 8. Um, you won't see very many damage dealers um, in general. Um, yeah, I think this is like where I would want it. Yeah, so she's like top of tier 8. Maybe I should put him like some damage to tier 9. I don't think they changed too much, but if we're talking about like Limit Break 2, I think we should put him down here because Limit Break 4 and 3 and 4, you'll see him like up here more because limit breaks actually matter for damage dealers. I don't know how else you do it. How should I scale this Red and Shivon? What do you guys think? Should I like not worry about that and just like kind of put them higher?
I wouldn't put them that high.
Uh-huh. Fair enough. We'll just leave them around here. So cut in 6, I think deserves around here. You can use her as a damage dealer on top of what she's been doing because she just does what she does. And there's nothing stopping her. So she's good, very self sufficient in that case. I still put Bungo as higher than Karen, right? As a damage dealer, a lot to do with the fact that she can give herself hit count, right? I think that's like one of the biggest deals is she can provide herself kick count, which is the reason why in teams that you run Bungo as your main damage, you'll realize there is, if I remember correctly, no Ruka. And if you don't need to run Ruka, you just run Bungo, right? Instead of Ruka. So there's just a lot more feasibility, viability, whatever you want to call it, in order to make use of Bungo. She needs less setup than Kanen does. And if you run Bungo minions, she's just devastating in that sense. But yeah, that's pretty much it for Bungo and Kaden. We can go to Sumo Mo, Sumo More, Red's old love of last year around this time. Actually, I think like 11 months ago, right? Is when she came out.
Sounds right to me.
Yeah. So sadly, no one uses her anymore, and that's a lot. Like, thing is, people can use her still, just no one does. If you're wondering why, the main reason is Sumor Moore does not give herself 2 large hit counts. If they did, they would use her more. She also doesn't provide any other utility outside of dealing damage, so that's why she's like this. I mean, I guess she does. She has a
She's a
heal
master
from
skill.
her
Yeah.
from her master skill and the enhance. That's about it. I don't think she has anything else. Does she have anything else as utility?
Uh, no,
Yeah, that's
she's
about it.
provoke.
I mean, she's gonna die. So yeah, that's pretty much what she has going for her. Is she still good? To be honest, yes, she is still good. Is Karan and Bungo just better? Yes. Bungo can give herself 2 large hit counts. Sumor More will only give 1. Right? Example. Karan, if you replace Sumor More with just Ruka, she'll get 2 hit count. Sumor More will never get that 2 hit count unless you want to like potentially die, right? So it's just not as prominent anymore, but she's also still not bad. She's still pretty good. Um, should I put her here or here? I think it's still fair to put her. I think she goes to like here, right? Like she's still really good. Just there's just no reason to use her if you're running these two, pretty much. Yeah, you kind of agree with
Yeah.
me on here?
Yep.
Like she's still really good. Just there's no reason when you definitely max LB these two.
Mhm.
So if you want to know like top damage dealers currently in JP, Yuina is still one of them. Still one of them. That hasn't changed. Um, in fact, like she's so powerful that Light is probably the most powerful. Like if the enemy is weak to everything, Light would probably come out on top. She's just way too good. Very amazing damage dealer, very crazy stuff. I want to bring in someone real quick because they should be put in next, and that is Ruka. After the buff they gave her, I personally believe that she's just so goaded. in her kit. 100% HP mod is insane, and the fact that 750 border exists makes herself being able to debuff even better for her element. She is the de facto best fire damage dealer and the de facto best dark damage dealer in the game right now. There is no competition. It's not even close. In terms of like how to get scores. Uh, she is, if you're running fire and you're not running her, you're losing out on a lot of score, pretty much. And therefore, Ruka definitely deserves this spot around here. Um, I would even argue sometimes to put her up here because she just does so much, and can make use of so much. But I think this is more of a fair assessment because I think a large part of her reason why she's so viable is because Yuki 6 exists, and so that makes her look so much stronger. So I'm gonna place her here. But like if you pair Yuki and Ruka together, she definitely goes up here. I think this is a very, very fair assessment of Ruka right now. Very powerful. She is upright right now in EN. Of course, if you're free to play, be wary if you want to pull on her. But if you do spend and you want to run fire and dark in the future, she is definitely your go-to girl to at least grab a copy of and throw LBs on her later on. But that's just my take. Everyone's like saying, "Oh, but what about Diva?" It's just better to run this Nuka than Diva at the moment in JP for damage. But yeah, where does that put Nuka? Nuka go here. Still very good. Still does her job. Main takeaway is does not reduce defense like fire defense and stuff like that. So she loses some points there. Stuff like that. Very small things. Still very strong. Nothing crazy. Fubuki is still just as powerful as ever. If you're watching JP stuff, Yuina, Duka, and Fubuki basically tie for max like scores across the board of like 3.6 mil scores. You'll see them like everywhere, right? Mona. Mona is not as prominent anymore because Mind Eye can be seen everywhere, but she can still provide herself with regular light enhance turn based. I don't think she takes a spot up here anymore. So I think she's like tier 7. Basically, you don't see her scoring as high, but she's still very good. A++. Do you still need hit count buffer if you use Unison Duka? You have to use Diva's common skill. Oh wait, this is without Diva's common skill. You're right. I should not have her here. Aberrant, you caught me on that. We're gonna knock her down the peg. Thank you for catching that. This is counting if she is having Diva common skill. I totally forgot about that. She doesn't in this case. So, she's probably just not viable. Unless I'll put her fringe. My bad. You're right, Aberrant. I did not catch that. Red, Shiva, I should have said that.
It didn't occur to me, but yeah.
She doesn't have that. She's screwed. My bad. Let's see. Let's copy this. Okay. Irene 2. She's viable, but kind of in the trash can now. I think right here is good. About here. Doesn't really reach that. I've barely seen any Irenes like do much. I don't know. I think she's fine there. Shivon's new best friend. Broken Arm Aoi. Broken Arm Aoi, honestly, she's such a safe pick. I actually think she should be on the same tier as Fubuki. What do you think, Shivon? I think she should be in the same tier as Fubuki. She's just a safe pick. Like even without morale boost, she's just such a safe pick. I don't think you can go wrong with her. Damage wise, she is still higher than Fubuki. She just takes way longer. So your score will be a slightly lower, but your damage will be higher. So let's say like you're trying to kill like a hard mode boss, you still go for Aoi, and just it's just better that way. Kanade is still incredibly potent, incredibly strong, but Ice is just very, very weak. I will land her. I think around here. No, here. Kanade is just it's just there. Um, Maria right now is actually incredibly strong. She is the second best fire unit in the game for damage. A large portion of why she is for two factors. One is she is a int based damage dealer. This is also why, by the way, Aoi is so high tier is because she is just Vit scaled. But yeah, Maria's only int scaled, and not only that, but she's scaled in a way that if she has max uh like DP, like over healed DP, I think it's up to 50% more. She'll increase her damage by 25%, something like that. You can't really see it in here. I don't know. But 25% more damage or something. So she actually has one of the highest like base values in the game, and it's easy to get her to deal more damage when she only scales off of one stat. Adele 3. Believe it or not, Adele 3 is still very good, but I would only consider her strong because Dark is just really weak right now. Mari and Yuina and is pretty much for the same reason. They're strong, but they kind of just don't do much. They're just kind of there. Mostly because Dark and Ice are just very weak elements at the moment. And there's not much to them outside of that. Um, I think Adele is harder to use as a tank now, like comparatively to what we gauged her before, because you don't have we're saying we don't have SS4, so just harder to gauge that. Not so much of a thing. Um, yeah, I don't know. That's about it. Yuri and Kanade, how do I feel about them? They're they're okay. Um, Overall, just letting everyone know, but like anyone who scales off of just one stat is now incredibly potent compared to before. But yeah, Kanade and Yuri are not that, but they're okay. It's hard to gauge damage dealers nowadays because there's just you could use most of them to do anything, I guess. Kanade and Yuri, I guess, are like I think they're possibly better than Mari Yuina right now. Just because their element allows them kind of to be that way, except for Yuri wouldn't be. I think Yuri's more, I think, over here nowadays. It's hard to gauge these guys. Damage is really hard to gauge nowadays, I think. Red Shivon, if you guys want to chime in while I'm like trying to move things, let me know. I'm having a hard time trying to figure out where I want to put damage dealers.
Yuri should probably be down a little bit, right?
Yuri should be more
She's not
down.
as good as the rest of the damage dealers on her tier.
So Ruka is a plus 100% HP, but
Yeah.
since she won't have her own hit count buff, you'd probably want to run Diva with Yuri over that. So it's hard to say.
It's hard to say. Nuka's actually not fringe. I just want to put her there because, yeah, hit count, but not having hit count buff kind of sucks. um, Mari is Mari. I've seen people get what they need with her, but she hasn't really shown much value to me yet. Still, I'll put her here. Maria, by the way, I'm gonna rate her higher. She is like here at the moment. Actually, not here. She's about here right now. She's about here. Seeing our LB4 friend use her. Then again, I don't know. Just hard to gauge things in the current department of how things are. Yuki
I think
is
we're deleting SS1s.
what?
You put Maria SS1 there?
I think this one's fair to put in because
Okay.
it's Maria.
Okay.
I don't know. I think this is like one of the fair ones. Like this one is not fair. We should just get rid of that one, right? Like this one, I think we can keep this one. Like like there's certain times when you like it's like okay to keep. Like this one, I don't think we should keep because like clearly you're gonna use it on this one. This Ichigo, like where are you gonna use this Ichigo? Like comparatively to the other Ichigos, like you're gonna use this one comparatively to the other ones. I don't know. It's just hard to gauge that. Like this one, you wouldn't use. You also wouldn't use this Inori. You would use the other Inori. Misato, you could use this one. It doesn't hurt to, but there's no reason to, I guess. You will never run this one. You will never run this one either. Sumor more, you never run this one. Absolutely not. Yeah, that's about it. I don't know. Like this Sumor more, by the way, is also accounting for like. I should add this in so it's easier, right? Like, even with her SS1, I think it's still viable in this sense. There you go. Waki is okay, but her damage kind of sucks because ice kind of sucks. I think right here is good. She does as much damage as Seda does nowadays, so we should put them together. Chie should be about the same as Seda at this point. Tama is actually pretty potent. We could put her on here. Actually, Tama recently has been yeah, Tama should go right here. This is hard to gauge, man. I like damage dealers nowadays is like harder to gauge because you can pretty much run anything and it doesn't matter unless you're running like the best things, then it matters. It's hard to gauge. Ichiko can. I think I've seen them about this. Like I think all these were about the same. When I last looked at them. Kanata has had some fun. We should keep this Kanata though because the other Kanata's over here, so we'll keep this one. Yeah. She's pretty okay right now. Actually, you know what? We shouldn't have deleted Akari. It's okay. I don't think anyone would ever use her again. Oh no. Except for, yeah, she's just hard to use. I think a lot of the damage dealer ones, I might talk to Kappa about them. I think they're harder to. It's hard to gauge damage dealers. I think I'm gonna talk to Kappa about them, and then see what he feels. Like on his thoughts, because I know he does like the damage calculator stuff all the time and everything like that. So I think this is fair. Yeah, you know, we'll get rid of these. Screw it. Actually, we won't get rid of that one. We'll keep this one though. Misato actually is incredibly potent, comparatively to what people contrary to popular belief. Because that plus 5 SP. Ruka feels bad. I've used her, but without that hit count buff, trash.
Wait, that's not a AoE, Luca?
No, she's single target.
Which one is that?
Thunder?
Suit.
Thunder's single target. Oh, okay.
Yep, it's
Yeah.
Thunder
Yeah.
Yuki that's AoE.
Right. Thanks.
Oh, you mean the common skill? Oh, Yuki. Oh, never
Or
mind.
maybe it's that.
Yuki. I'm so tired, dude. Byakko does Byakko things. What can I say? Byakko's damage is pretty ass, though. I'm not gonna lie. Union. Not Union. Bungo. I'm so tired, man. I need help. I need so much help. Jesus. Ichigo, I think she lost her main power, which is that she provides herself with with Thunder Up. I think she goes probably like down here nowadays. Um, Odell is doing Odell things, but not as good as them. Not as good as Waki. So we go put her. I think this is fair. And then Yuki. Where do you think Yuki should go? I think Yuki as damage is kind of like here. Here.
But she does the debuff before the damage now, right? Shouldn't that make her
Yeah.
attack stronger?
I mean, it does, but she also
But not
doesn't
enough.
have HP mod.
Oh, right. Okay.
So, I mean, nor does Tama, but not Tama goes single skill, right? So, I think here is fair. I think here is fair. I actually now want to know if someone ran Yuki damage dealer, how much like score they would get. I want to place her lower for now. Actually, I'm gonna place her here for now. Okay. Here's my fair score for now. I'm gonna have Kappa take a look at this and have his take on it for single target, and we're gonna go to our favorite new single target damage dealer, Carol 3. Red and Shivon, what do you guys think about the greatest hero on Earth, Carol 3?
I think she is a really big number in her ultimate. Anything else? What else does she do?
She's kind of like a SS1. She only does one hit, but it's a really strong hit. But yeah, when's the last time we saw one hit? Oh, pretty crazy.
Aoi, what do you mean?
Oh, it was Summer Alley.
Summer Aoi, what do you mean?
Deja vu.
Deja
Summer
vu.
Alley? Oh.
Yeah.
I never tried her. Okay.
But you don't have her?
You didn't get her in your free pulls.
Wait, Shivon, you don't have Summer Aoi?
The actual SSR. Yeah, I sparked for her, but I never played her because she's still LP0.
Oh. I mean, I never played her either. I just noticed
Me neither.
she had one hit. That's what I noticed. Yeah. So, anyways, Carol 3. I actually think she's pretty strong. To be
Yeah, she's
honest,
like
I just don't
below
think there's a
Fubuki, but
reason
pretty
to
close.
invest. She deals more damage than Fubuki. She deals less damage than Aoi, but she has less utility than both. The only utility she technically, I mean, the only like cool thing she has is she can actually deal a lot of damage without Kaden needed. You can just run Aina, the new Aina instead, and you can actually deal like just as much damage. Um, I personally find Carol to probably be like due to the lack of utility, probably around here. I think this is like a nice place to put her, where like she actually has the same like damage number, technically -10 of Kanade when Kanade is like fully healed on her overheal. Um, but she doesn't like have any utility at all. Granted, Kanade also doesn't really have utility if you like think about it, because well, the utility has is Mind Eye, right? So, yeah, that's my take on this whole thing. Carol is okay. She's not bad. She has one of the largest numbers, but that's all she has going for her. We'll go to AoE next, and yeah, that one is yeah. First of all, None of Me is now better. They have buffed my girl, but not enough. They need to give her a damage buff. Her damage is still bad. She is still viable. Um, Do you guys like my score attack with her? Hee hee ha ha. Or my
What score did you get? Oh,
3.2
did you
mil.
not do it? No, that's
3.2
pretty
mil.
good.
Yeah, she's pretty good. Yeah, she's about here. Okay, she's not that good. Um, as expected, the queen of AoE is still Inori 2. That has not changed. Whoopsie do. Mona is still the queen of light AoE. That hasn't changed. Ice kind of sucks now, so Yuina kind of on the back burner here. Um, put her here. Okay. Mona uh is also kind of in the back burner. In fact, a lot of the AoE units kind of stink right now. Now I think about it.
Yeah, no AoE score attack will do that.
Wait, all the AoE users are kind of feel bad now. Is it just me?
No. Well, they haven't been releasing AoE score attacks, which means they haven't had an incentive to release new good AoE units, so they kind of just ignored them.
So a few
And
of
when
the
they have released AoE units, they've been
They've
dungeon
been
units.
Kura, yeah.
a few the like strongest AOE units like Karen SS3, Ichigo SS2, Misato SS2. They're all
Mona
self
SS2.
hit count buff, and they made they made the buff a lot weaker.
Yeah,
So
and they also made them not as like and also made their buff not as relevant because I mean their like self hit count buff not as relevant because Diva just gives the same thing but double. So
Mhm.
like they all the AoEs kind of stink now. Wait, it's literally just these two.
I mean, Hakari's kind of relevant. Kind of.
Yeah, I'd say she's kind of relevant, but I think she's more like the fact that she can also build DR. Kind of all she has going for her.
She's got a overdrive stuff, yeah. She can build overdrive.
Yeah, I think she's about here. I don't know, man. This is hard to gauge because they all kind of stink now. Like I don't feel good about using any of them outside of these two. I wouldn't want to use any of them outside of these two at this point. Koju's would be good for dungeon, and that's about it. I guess Kuda is useful for dungeon. Hee hee, haha. Uh, maybe under here for AoE, I should just note that this is provisional. AoE kind of feels bad. This is awkward part to be in the stream because I'm like, wait, how do I rate? How do I rate any of these? These are just all bad. Waki is not as good. In fact, Waki is probably just worse than Kuda.
Yeah, pretty
But
much.
Waki is like the only one with HP on Thunder. That's actually good. But she also
That was
not that good.
actually good.
Eh, I'd say she's still strong. I think she's still strong. I just don't think she's great. I think the weird part of AoE is like you have to play a little bit differently due to Kaden being single target. Damn. Okay, yawns. Yuina I think is still pretty relevant. Yeah, I think Yuina is still pretty relevant because yeah. Still pretty relevant.
She doesn't get access to her unison common skill.
Oh, you don't need that to be relevant. She's still fine. Irene is more dead than Kuda is. Hisame is even more dead than that. But she has Pierce crit. Nanami probably actually better than this. Nanami... current Nanami is probably around here. Yeah. Ichigo feels bad now. In fact, I think she has worse numbers than Akari does. So put her here. Minori probably deals more damage than the both of them. Is that weird?
She used the HP damage mod. It's fine. That's how it should be.
Yeah. I think Minori's like here. Hisame actually ain't that bad anymore, but she's also not amazing. Yuki is even more worse than she is before. She's like here nowadays. Koju is probably one of the stronger ones than expected, but probably the same as Hisame, to be honest, about the same level. Carol's just dead in the ditch. Everyone's viable except for Waki 2 and Luka 2. Kanata actually is decent, and Bungo is as good as Yuki is. Karen is probably worse than Kanata is, to be honest. Sumor More is actually not bad. And Maria. Wait, does Maria have HP mod?
No, she doesn't, because she's a token
No.
unit.
Token?
And only
Let's see.
Monata was lucky enough to get that for some reason.
Where should Maria go?
Has anybody used her? Like, since she
Not
became, like,
recently.
not terrible? I know, right?
I haven't seen anyone
Been
in
up to.
JP use her. I've been like following a lot of JP stuff. I haven't seen anyone use her, so I don't know. And mine is LB0, so like I'm never gonna use her, so I can't ever know.
Right? I
LB0
guess
is
it's just a
worthless.
mystery. We'll never
Just
know
a
how good she
mystery.
is.
I will never know how good Maria 2 is.
We'll come back to her.
Well, I think she's better. Actually, she's worse than Nanami, isn't she? Technically, her damage might be higher, like if you max everything out. But I think Nanami just has more going for her in terms of utility. Just put her in the same tier as Nanami for now. And Nina 2 is better than Yuki. I don't think she's as good as Kaden is. You know what? She's better. We're in the part of stream where I'm trying to figure out how damage works. Nina 3? Did you know that KSW thinks that Nina 3 is the worst style to come out this year? I talked to him. I asked him, what do you think is the worst unit to come out this year? And he said Nina 3. And I said, you're not wrong. It's probably like one of the worst units to come out this year. I think she's about as good as her S's too. I think that's a fair assessment. And then Yuki 1 is just, yeah, why even bother? Okay. Let's see. I think this is a fair assessment for now. I'm gonna go. So the main damage dealer side is gonna be pending. I will talk to Mr. Kappa and I will see how he feels about the damage dealers for now. And this may change, but overall, I think this is pretty much in the box, pretty much correct. And the JP tier list as of right now that you guys can see, we are going to remove everything that's here except for the legend that's here, above, because I don't want to get rid of stuff, and we're gonna get rid of all of these. Okay, and the whale tier list and everything, I am going to get rid of all of them. This one will be like locked away. So stream and everyone, you can say goodbye to the tier list. It is gone. In fact, I am going to do this real quick. Oops, not this. I'm going to take what I have here. I'm going to move it over right now. Let's see, I just copy it instead. And the new tier list is up. I will change how it looks right now. And yeah, if you have any questions, please let me know. I'm just going to clear things up. And then I'm probably going to head out because I have stuff to do tonight. I'm very busy recently. But I am planning on changing some things on the files to better reflect some things. I made, if you notice, I did make some things invisible or visible or whatever. And that's just trying to like work on things I think are needed or deleting things that I don't think are needed anymore. If you have any questions, feel free to like let me know. I'm always trying to help out where I can, but I'm kind of busy as of recent, so I'll try my best to follow up. But overall, this is kind of where everyone stands in terms of yeah, the tier list. This is a very overhaul of a tier list. We have overhauled a lot of this, and I hope this helps you figure out what you want to pull on and what you want to do, because SJP players, we can only find out what, how many hours before the patch drops to figure out how much we think we should care about the unit.
Like 6 or 7.
Yeah,
Not
6 or 7 hours. Yeah, that's all we get. You guys get like half a year or something. Woo. If you have any specific questions, on like what I think about something or whatever, feel free to reach out. Um, if you are just here for the what's called the stream for tier listing, you and you think there might be something afterwards, there probably won't be, so you can head off if anything else. But thank you for being here and listening. If you did watch it live, and if you didn't, then you know, hopefully this helps you on figuring out what you want to do with your pools, because there's just a bunch of pools that exist. You gotta figure out what you want to do, because EN seems like it's getting faster and faster. Was it 3 banners right now or something crazy like that? So yeah, don't waste it, essentially, and plan your way ahead. But I hope that this new version of the tier list will help people figure out what they want to do. What is the next EM priority unit? That would probably be Admiral Aoi. I don't know what the um what's gonna come out next, so I might be wrong, right? Like things that like Diva might come out before. Who knows? It's we don't know what they're planning on doing. But overall, I would say that um you do want to, yeah, like there are certain units you would want to have. Let's see. This. Up. Okay. There we go. And this one is, instead of doing this, it's just gonna be whale. See, whale tier.
I would say if they catch up like within a few months, then I would only pull Diva Ruka, Admiral Aoi, and Unison Cannon.
What about
Carol?
Boon
Yeah.
God?
Okay. I mean,
I would
Kaden?
skip Bungad.
Boon God.
All right.
You would skip Boon
She's
God. I mean,
overlapped.
technically, you don't need Boon God. Like Boon God's not needed. Here, here's my little pull rec I got going here. Um, and to be honest, oh, I can have my Cut in 6 photo. Woo! Where is my Cut in 6 photo? I now have her here. Yay! Can pull over here now. Okay. This thing here is pretty much what I have my pull recs, and this is pretty much what I recommend. Like this is like if you want to know how I feel about things, this is literally the place to go. Let's see. No questions. Well, I'll say I'm kind of interested in the new version of the damage info sheet to reflect JP change. Yeah, I'll be doing that in the next couple of like weeks. I have stuff to do, so I am very busy, man. Uh, so the this is the pull recommendation tab. This is just so then people can like figure out what they want to do. As you can see, general support top picks. These are basically who you want to have. Um, Granted, Tama kind of fell off of grace. I am going to remove her from this area as people in EN have already finished pulling for that. But here's where I stand. Okay. Um, Here's where I stand. Okay. General supports top picks. These three are like the must pull, right? Like these three here I'm putting on top are the must pull. Like you need to have these three, right? They're like if you don't have these three, you're gonna suffer. Like you're gonna suffer pretty bad. And you could cut me out, Red and Shivon, if you want to. Don't feel rude to, but like that is how I feel about this. Is if you skip out on these three, you're gonna have a very very unfun time. Um, this is granted that we're expecting that you did pull for Tama 5 and you do have Tama 5. Okay. You do not need any of the side or upgrades of Tama 5 to do well. You just need at least these three to do well. I would heavily recommend a pickup of like depending on how many gems you get to earn and everything, and how lucky you are on your pulls. If you are free to play or low spender, right? Um, at least pick up these three. And if you do have the chance to pick up due to just being lucky, you have options. You can either try to pick up Seta 4 here or Yanagi 3. I do not have images for them at the moment. We can pick them up on this sheet. Yanagi, right? Yanagi and Seta 4. Okay. If you want my personal recommendation, I like Seta way more than Yanagi. Um, I I fully recommend it so you don't die because you don't need LB2 plus with Seta around. You need 1 plus with Seta around. And typically you run Seta matched up with Ruka. Not Ruka, I mean with Admiral Aoi. So you basically can't die. I think Red and Shivon can double up on me with this, but if you run Cut in 6 and you run Seta 4 and you run like Aoi, you you will survive. There's no way you don't die, and you will clear everything you need to clear. You get 2.4 mil easily, no sweat. If you have Diva as well, of course, you basically have all the buffs you need, and now all you have to do is bring debuffers. Like if you have Ruka, Aoi, Karen, Seta 4, and then you have, let's say, like Fubuki 1, right? Or Mia 2. Like, you're solid, you're sold, you're done. Like, your team comp is done.
Yeah, it's just a little slow because Sarah needs to do four ults to get Mind's Eye, and then one of her SS1 skills to get critical buffs.
Yeah, But I mean, like, there's a way to go around that. But like
Yeah.
overall, it's not that bad. Aoi will reduce her skill cost by 1, right? Like that's always a plus. Like there's all these different things you can do, and it depends on like your free pulls. Like if it was me, right? Like if it was my account, right? And I did get lucky, I'll let you know what I do, right? Um, in fact, uh, here I'm gonna do this. Columns to the right, right? And I'm gonna put in here. Actually, no, I'm gonna do one more column. One column to the right. I have to fix this all up because fields don't matter anymore. um, and I want to put in here. Um, my account pull path. So you actually get to see what I plan on pulling for. Just gonna get rid of all these lines for here. And I think this can help people as well because like this is literally what I'm planning to pull for, right? Um, the banners that fielders that matter memes they don't matter. Damn, that's 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 harsh. I don't know. Okay, so I'm gonna note this right. I think I'm gonna add this for now. I think this is a decent thing to add. Let's see. The next banner that I plan to pull on is when it comes out. I think it's Yuki. I think I'm gonna pick up Yuki. I plan on picking up Yuki. And right here, I'm gonna say the prio, low prio, right? I don't know when these are planning on coming out, right? It's just like, hopefully it's in order, right? High prio. Who's next? I'm gonna see whatever order later. High prio. We'll just bring her over because she exists. For now, say highest prio. So we'll make the highest prios highest prio. So highest prio, right? Seda 4 is one I plan on picking up. And it's gonna be like mid prio, I think. Yeah. We're gonna try to move things here real quick. Put Yanagi here, maybe prio. Maybe the maybe priority. And who else we got? Bungo is a mid prio for sure. Mid prio. Is there anyone else I'm missing that matter?
I would argue Iroha too is pretty important.
Iroha
She
2?
can do, yeah, she
But
can do
like,
any field and
I'm not even gonna use her for element because I'm only gonna go Pierce crit.
oh,
This is for my
uh,
account. This is not
I
for what I recommend, right? This is, see here? Like I know when I read this, people will be like, "Oh, that means that's what you should do." Like, no, this is me saying
Mhm.
like this is what my account is gonna pull on.
Mhm.
I wanna bold that so people know, right? I don't think there's anything else I really want. Yuki, Aoi, Duka, Bungo, Sera, Yanagi, Kanen. Yeah, I don't think there's any like once I have this combo, I'm done. Like there's nothing for me to do. I'm good. Like everyone else is dead to me, I think. Yeah, I think this is it. Um, there'll be times when Yanagi will be better than Seda, and I don't need Aoi, but there'll be times where I want Seda or Yanagi. So I think that's why I want to pull for both if I can, right? That's why Seda is the more higher prio than Yanagi is. In fact, you know what? I'm gonna put her as uh, high prio. And Yuki is mid. Make Yuki's mid prio. I just don't have a debuffer, but I already have Mia 2, so technically I don't need them. I'm trying to think. Do I want anyone? Is there anyone who matters? I don't think no one matters here. No one else matters. I'm like trying to think. I don't run Pierce Crit often, so I'm trying to understand what I would want. I think this is all I want. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a pretty easy team comp to run. So if it feels
I
like
don't.
you're lacking units, it's probably because it's just a easy to pilot team comp.
It's such an easy to team. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's exactly. It's such an easy to pilot team comp that like it
and
doesn't
you
matter.
usually have a flex slot, and you could just use that for whatever you want, extra SP or extra overdrive or a second
Yeah,
debuffer to speed up process.
pretty much.
Or AoE just to negate all damage for free, because why not?
Yeah, why not? I will note, one of the best Bungo team comps this score attack does not use Yanagi and uses the turn 2 comp thing where they have Tama, Suit Tama, Admiral Aoi, and uh, Bungo plus uh, what's her face? Unison. In order to like, they basically Bungo is gonna dance, um, and get get the OD stuff. Like I don't know, it seems pretty solid. They're running Muddy as their debuffer, so yeah, they apparently got 3.1 mil with Bungo. Pretty crazy, pretty nuts. That's because of the 3.1. Not 3.1, the two turn, because of two turn, they're able to do that. But yeah, I think I have all the units I need. I don't think there's a single unit I'm missing here that I feel like I would want. I guess I could maybe prio if I have funds Ichiko, but I really don't need that. I also don't really need Bungo because I could just use Inori too, always. That's why she's mid prio. Inori too, by the way, with like older meta stuff plus Karen, like older meta plus Karen, can still hit 2.8 mil. To put in perspective for like anyone who's out there, still, it's just Karen is just what is needed. Everyone else is pretty much extra. Dang, this Karen run gets 3.2 mil score, and they ran UD UD UD2 for the super break. uh, what a cheese. Let's see. Yeah, I'm trying to see the comps and see if there's like anything that like shines out to me. I'm like, yeah, I would pull for this. And the answer is it's only Ichiko, huh? That's the only one that like
She was pretty good.
everyone is kind of else is using. I just don't run Pierce crits. So I don't really know like what Pierce critters are running. So I guess it's just Ichiko, huh? I guess I'll put Ichiko on there. Yeah, I was like, I think the flex slot is usually Ichiko, right? Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
she does everything. She does SP and overdrive and gives the eternal defense down that no one else on the team gives.
Yeah, right. Pretty much.
She's the
I think
ultimate flex slot. If she's
Misato,
LB3.
white is the suit, white suit Misato is also sometimes used.
Really? Why though?
I don't remember what she does. I think fire override.
But we're talking about Pierce crit.
Oh, she's not used with Pierce crit. Okay.
No, I'm only talking about purely Pierce crit.
Okay. I
Because
just
like
seen her in some
Sutama is still used for Pierce crit if you really need it. Like she still is.
If you need that turn 1 ultimate, yeah.
Yeah, if you need that turn 1 ult, she's still used. It may sound like crazy, but she is still used. Like ideally I would want Mari, but you know, that's just too many banners at the same time. But
Which
hey,
Mari?
if I had what?
Which
The
Mari?
newest one. The new one.
There's a lot of time. What? Does she have enough time to save for her? That's like way
No,
off
no,
in the
no.
future.
No, no,
Are we
no, no.
talking
I
about
meant
EN
like
or JP?
EN. Because if you look at this, right? Because look, you see how many banners clearly in like nearly in a row. That's like here. It's a lot,
Yeah.
right? Like basically, it's like there's gonna be a giant rush, and then a drought, and then a giant rush, and then I don't need to pull again for a really long time, unless
But you're saving now
maybe.
because we're currently in a drought of good
Oh yeah.
banners.
I mean, if
Yeah.
you see my EN account, you understand that like I can pull for all of this.
Yeah, I think you'll be fine.
My EN account has not pulled since Inori 2. I mean, since Tama banner,
Yeah, same.
and currently at like 200k quartz.
Yeah, that's a
So
lot of courts. You'll be fine.
like I'll be
Maybe get
fine.
any.
I could really go for a true team, but I'm too lazy. So no, I am not. Let's see. This here and say mid prio. Okay, so um, for those who are here to like hear about pull pass, whatever stuff, yeah, I would save as much as I can. Like I would save. Honestly, this should not be mid prio. It should be like low prio. You really don't need this. Probably just
I'm gonna head
wait
off now.
until
Good
you
stream.
can take care.
Good tier list.
Good
See ya.
stream, and it was pretty fast for everything.
Yeah. We're doing a whole tier list that was pretty
Yeah,
fast.
for the whole TLS is pretty fast. And then the next one's gonna be much faster because it's the
This is
the
just
whale
the
one.
ones that need to be changed, yeah.
Or we can do the EN one. Because EN is catching up pretty fast. So
It depends like
yeah.
how many streams we're gonna do between now and then. I don't know how busy you are.
I'm not too busy anymore for a little bit, as in this month, and then I'm gonna be back to being busy. So I want to try to get
Alright.
as many things in this month as possible, and I'll keep you updated.
Alright, keep me updated. See ya.
Yep, I'll see you. Let me text my friend real quick. I think I have to see him in like 40 minutes. I'm plan to go out dinner with my friend, so let me like text my friend real quick. Make sure he's available still. But yeah, good luck, guys. If you want to see my pull path of what I'm gonna be doing, this is what I'm gonna be doing. I don't know if there's a down arrow. Do you guys know? Is there a down arrow? I don't know how any of this. this works.
Can be a drawing.
I don't know. But anyways, you would think there's a drawing, true. That's a thin line. Can I just have it? Oh, arrow, there we go. There we go. That didn't work. That's not what I wanted. Should I just make it go sideways instead? What do you think, Shivon? Just like put up here, above, pick your poison.
Be more confusing. What? Wait,
That's
is it ordered?
confusing. It's just ordered
not
in
really
like
in order.
potential release order.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
I think it's fine without any indicator.
Okay. I'm just gonna leave it there. Do you like this one, Oshima, for the Oshima Sims? It's like it just hold the Oshima Sim. Hold the Oshima. I would have for fun, for shits and gigs. There's no reason to have this. I was just like, I'm bored.
I feel like they don't make a great party
Oh, they do.
together. They do? Really?
Light?
Oh.
Yeah, the light one. Yeah. If you see the one Oshima simp who actually like max beat everything, he gets like 2.8 mil like consistently since the 40-35 dropped, with Oshima only.
Damn.
Yeah, so like I'm impressed. I salute to that man. That's one man I salute to, or woman. I don't know if they're a woman. They could be a woman. But yeah, overall top support picks, boom. I will update it when I can. It's not fully updated yet. Do you think in general support I should move Seda into here?
I
don't
don't think
know.
she's
She's like
top
she's
4.
still niche.
Yeah.
What? I don't think she's a jet. I think these are the top general, and then this is the whale pickup for sure. I think for this, I think I should just put Seda in the front for this one though. For niche, I think I should put Seda clearly above all the others for niche, because like she's the least niche, right? There we go. Oh, I messed up. There we go. Oh, my friend just postponed by 30 minutes. That's fine. I can still chill here. Yeah, this is what I'm seeing. General debuffers. Muddy is now part of the mix. These guys can... I think I could just remove... Right? Isuzu can stay. I think Isuzu can stay. I think Aina goes now, right? I don't see Aina anymore. I think Aina goes. Yeah? You agree?
Well, we just haven't seen any AoE in a few months, I think. So it's hard to say.
You're not wrong. I can't argue that. Like take your IDs here too. For now, what I'm gonna do is do this. I think I'm gonna move Aina down though to here. Fubuki is gonna be moved.
Also, her new style has that general concentration skill is still useful.
That's true. What an expensive unit. Look at all this. What an expensive unit. Wait, is it Muddy? Muddy 4? Muddy 5? It's Muddy 5. Holy sh! There's 5 Muddies now. Jeez. Where is Muddy? That's the wrong one. There we go.
I have to drop, but it was good.
Yep. I'm gonna
Thinking
end my
about it.
stream too. Yep. Take care.